Hello again, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Union University Basketball. And tonight it starts for real because this begins the Gulf South Conference race, and it cannot start out with anything that has any more intense rivalry for Union than Lee University. We had a situation a couple of years back where ESPN3 came to cover the game live, and it filled the house out. And so there's always interest when Lee comes to town. Mark, it is one of those situations where you know what you're getting into when this team comes from across the state.
Yeah, Marty does a great job. He's one of my good friends. And so he just is a great coach. His kids play with discipline, and they play with energy, and they're urgent all the time. They're hard to guard because of how fast they go through sets, and they're very efficient in how they play.
What do you know specifically about, I know we're still early in the season, but what do you know about the talent that this team has?
Well, it's the same. They have the same people they had last year, and so they're just a year older. And as you know, I mean, they were one of the best teams in our league last year as well. And so they're just formidable because they understand us and our actions and how to guard them and play extremely hard. They play with a lot of character, and they're always prepared.
This is also a team with Lee that always seems to never be rattled being on. I never remember, even back in the NAIA years, there was only one time I can ever remember, and it was right before Christmas, that a Lee team came in here and Marty was very unhappy with their performance. They always seem to play well on our floor. What is it a testimony about this team or any team that they do well on the road as well, and they just tune out all the noise and do well on the road as well as at home?
I think it's just consistency in preparation and consistency in the things that are most important. And those things have nothing to do with being on the road or being sick or having people with injuries. I think it just has to do with fundamentals and really focusing on things that are the main things, the things that really matter, and being able to separate those things from how you feel. I think his teams do that. It's one of the things I try to be great at as a coach is to have my kids not be focused on how they feel because, as you know, it doesn't get any better as we get older. Our emotions tend to be prevalent in all we do, and they can't control our decision-making processes. So I think that's one of the things he does a great job with in his program, and you can see it in the consistency and how they've been excellent for a very long time. And so he gets the most out of the people he has. And so I think that's all we're asked to do as a coach.
That actually goes all the way back to the years that he was at Brescia, because I can remember when he had a Final Four team in the NAIA tournament, and it was a team that had one 6-footer. He basically was playing a 5-guard offense and still took Southern Nazarene down to the final minute of that tournament. So we all know how Marty can bring a team in here and just be absolutely well prepared. Speaking of Brescia, let's go back just a little bit to Monday night, a 93-35 victory. You weren't really challenged as far as the score was concerned, but what did you take away from that? Because I know you weren't pleased with the performance on the road the week before. What did you take away from Monday night?
I think, it's one day they didn't have to listen to me in practice. I think that's a big deal. I also felt like it was good for us to be able to play a lot of people and everybody participate and us not wear anybody down. So we got to practice pretty hard on Tuesday after the game. And so that allowed us to be prepared for the game tonight.
Mark, so we can get a better picture of this for the folks at home that maybe don't know the inside of things. When you finish a game, say on a Monday night, because when you get in the conference race, you're not going to have a lot of 3 a week. It's a lot of Thursday, Saturday. But when you have 3 in a week like this, what is practice like on Tuesday and Wednesday after you finish that Monday night game?
It just depends on how difficult the Monday night game was. And so I think we had one person get 21 minutes in that game. Another person had 20, and then it dropped all the way down to 16. And so I actually think they're going to get more physically tired in practice than they would have in that game. So it allowed us on Tuesday to really go at it a little bit, even though we didn't go but an hour and 15 minutes. But go hard at the actions Lee does, because Lee does a lot of actions that are very hard to guard, and the pace in which they do them We're just not accustomed to people going through sets that quickly and that fast, and their cuts being that fast. So we got to do that yesterday with our guys, practice team. And, so anyway, I think that what it does is allows us to prepare. So if Monday was a really tough game, then I would usually do very little on that Tuesday. And then we probably would go an hour on Wednesday like we would normally, but the day before game. And so our plan is always to go about an hour the day before, make sure that we're covering things that we've covered the day before that, and make sure we're efficient in understanding what their purpose is offensively, how they're going to guard us in the post, how they're going to guard us off ball screens, the things that we do in our offense. We want them to be pretty aware of what's to come.
And to wrap things up here in our pregame show, give us just a summary of your keys to the game tonight for Union.
I think, can we get back in transition, not allow easy baskets? I think we have to be much better communicators on the floor with switches and their actions and the things we don't switch with them. Our fives have to be great communicators tonight. And I think they give a great effort to go to the offensive glass. So we got to block out. And I think if we do that, we'll be able to get out of transition some. And we got to handle the ball much better than we did last week when we were in Missouri. And so if that, playing with poise and a little bit more patience than we've had is a big deal. Executing sets is going to be really big because we have people that have struggled with that early on here. But I think, we made some progress this week in practice, and I'm looking forward to playing.
Well, that's the story as we prepare you for Union against Lee, always an intense rivalry. And we'll be visiting with Mark a little bit more at halftime and during the course of the game and just get some insights into more things that involve the inside of the game of basketball. But for right now, it's time to go down to the floor for tonight's starting lineups.
And here are your starters for the Lee Lady Flames, and you're looking at a threesome that all averaging in double figures, and that's Haley Schubert, one of the top players in the conference, 16 a game, Hallie Hughes, 13 a game, and Julia Duncan with 11. But any one of these are very capable of really taking control tonight. For the Lady Bulldogs, it's the usual five that we have for Union. Shanique Lucas averaging 12 a game, Ashton Baker 13. The team's led by Jalencia Williams with 16 a game and 9 rebounds. And now let's go down to the floor to Stephen Aldridge for our preliminaries and the national anthem.
Thank you for Thank you for salvation. Thank you for this time of season. We celebrate your birth with you. We can be with us tonight. We honor and glorify your holy name. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Oh, say, can you see?
tonight, you just really, if you're opening a conference race, it's not going to be any tougher than this. Lee University coming in ranked number 8 in the nation in NCAA Division II women's basketball, 7-0, and they really haven't had one that's gone down to the wire. They have dominated their pre-conference schedule, and yes, they have played some toughies. Union is 4-2. They are still ranked number 20 in one of the 2 national polls, and so Mark Campbell really wanted to toughen up his pre-conference schedule, and he'll talk to us about that tonight, just as he did in our pregame interview. But as you see the Lady Flames coming onto the floor, you got 2 guys that are as close of friends in coaching as you'll find in Mark Campbell and Marty Rowe, and they actually love to play against each other because they know it is going to be a huge challenge for both of their teams. Shanique Lucas, who is our featured player earlier in the week, and just an outstanding outside shooter and tremendous from behind the court. Here you go with Jalencia Williams averaging 16 a game and 9 rebounds. Bethany Dillard, she's from Maumelle, Arkansas, and she's a freshman, but she comes in at 5'10", and then here comes Emily Dunnigan, the outside shooting threat from Dixon, Tennessee, averaging 9 a game, and here you go, Ashton Baker, she's the graduate transfer, 13 a game and 5 rebounds, and so those are your starters for the Lady Bulldogs, and we are about set to go here live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium and from David Blackstock Court. Now, we want to remind everyone that is watching on E+ TV 6. Obviously, it's not live, but on this Sunday afternoon for the first replay, we're glad to have everybody along, starting at noon and going all the way until we finish probably somewhere around 8:15 to 8:30 tonight. It depends, because you're going to see Union against Shorter from Saturday, as well as the Union Lee doubleheader. But we are live on the Union Digital Network at uuathletics.com. And here we go. It is going to be Garrett to jump it with Thompson. Mark Campbell has mentioned on more than one occasion in the last week his biggest concern is about the mental state of his team. And that's primarily, he felt like on the road last week, they just were not mentally focused on the task at hand, and they were playing 2 toughies. And there's a turnover. This is a team that will force a tremendous amount of turnovers on you. And the jumper is in and out. They will crash the boards as well. And they can nail you from outside, and that is just exactly what they did. Outstanding for Hallie Hughes. She is a great outside threat. She's from a hometown girl from Cleveland, Tennessee. And this is like going out of town to play one of your toughest opponents anywhere. It's just that tough against this team. And they are going to double and triple team Williams. It is from the corner. The 3 is not there for Dillard. The key is this Lee team tends to get out to an early lead and make you play catch-up. And with the exception of one time in the history of these 2, Lee has always played well on this floor. And you got a combination like Garrett and Schubert that can deliver you 25 a game between the 2 of them. Add another 13 for Hughes. It is a tremendous lineup that Marty Rowe has. And a turnover again. Union coughing it up. Wide open down the floor. This was the thing Mark was worried about. An unfortunate shot for Julia Duncan. And it is Baker. She tripped and got it. She favored that ankle just a little bit and still is. She's trying to hop off of it, but makes the 3, and that was huge. That was a 5-point turnaround because that looked like an easy layup for the Lady Flames. Trying to take it down the lane and going for the bomb. Yes, the answer shot is unquestionably there. That was Addison Smith. She's a 6-footer from New Hampshire. I got to talk to Marty about how he finds players in New Hampshire. I didn't know that was part of his recruiting territory. And if you want to know, I've known Marty Rowe for more than 20 years. One of my favorite people in coaching. Bank shot in there for Williams. They're going to have to depend on her a lot, particularly try to get screens, but Union had a hard time getting back on defense. That is an incredibly fast Lee team. And Haley Schubert is one of these that she can go down the stretch faster than you can just imagine. And Lucas. This team plays outstanding defense, does Lee. And Lucas, great fake going right, and then the floater left with the bank, and it's a 10-7 Lee lead. Fast-moving first quarter of play. And let's see how Marty sets this one up. He'll change up defenses on you. He also is the kind that he'll slow the tempo down, but with this team, he loves to play fast. And that was a trip, and here goes Union with some numbers, 3-on-2. Baker with the jumper. Nope, short. She's going to get her own rebound. And Lucas, high arcing three. We're tied at 10. So Union picking it up off the turnover. That has to be a key because this Lee team comes in scoring 78 a game, and they're holding their opponents to 47. And you got to know that's outstanding defense. A long one by Garrett doesn't fall, and here goes the flash. I tell you, this young lady who came here from Liberty University has added a huge dimension to this team. And, woo, what a gambling pass. Nice recovery on defense for Lee. And Union is going to get Bailey Augustine, who's averaged 14 points in her last 2 games. She has been a tremendous firepower. She comes off the bench rather than starts. She's a freshman from Black Rock, Arkansas. Union trying to get its first lead of the contest. And again, key thing, going inside once again. Too much on it. She was rushed trying to get that with 2 defenders on her, and you can see how they're doubling down on Williams tonight. Notice the crisp passing of this Lee team. They know where each other is all over the floor. They do not make a lot of mistakes. And a foul. No, an offensive foul. That's going to be charged to Julia Duncan. That's the first foul of the entire game, and we've gone 4.5 minutes. Sadie Nee is going to check in for Union. You got wholesale substitutes coming in for both teams. Mark is going to change up his lineup a bit from time to time. He wants to keep people fresh tonight. This is Williams and Nee. And they're going to Jalencia. She's trying to go in on a one-on-one drive, and she does, and the left-hand layup is there. That's the dimension that she brings to this team, is that she'll lull you to sleep and then all of a sudden get going on that drive. And Union has its first lead at 12-10. When these two teams played a couple of years back on ESPN3, this place was absolutely smoking packed. All over it was. And we've got timeout on the floor, and Union with the lead at 12-10. We talked to Mark Campbell about a lot of things before tonight's game, and one of them was his experience with USA basketball and how it has been in trying to coach players, what it has meant to his career to coach players away from Union.
For me, it's really simple. Are they good enough to be a great player for us? That's the first question that I have to answer yes to. Second one is, do I run the risk of wasting a year of that potential because of our depth or because the amount of learning curve that they have? And so Kay fits all those. Like, she's going to be a tremendous player here. She's long, she's athletic, she's versatile, can play maybe 4 positions for us, can defend definitely maybe 5 positions for us. And she's a great shooter for her size. And as I thought back through some of the things with Shanique, because a lot of times international players, there's a bigger transition. Not only are they leaving home, they're coming into a different culture, and they're playing against a totally different style of play of basketball that we actually didn't see Shanique be at her best until February of her freshman year. The difference is we weren't deep, so I didn't have an opportunity to say, okay, we're gonna have her sit out and learn. And she ended up helping us at the end of the year, and we were really good that year, the COVID year that we.
And you can imagine what Mark Campbell's experience has been like, because it has really helped him in a game against a top 10 team across the country, because he was playing with players and coaching players. And the big bomb from outside for Ashton Baker. He was coaching in USA basketball some of the nation's top talent at all levels of basketball. And so it was really a major experience for him. Trying to go down the lane and went to Hughes, and Mark's off the bench saying that, no, that ball, and the officials are going to discuss this one, and they reversed the call. So it's going to go to Union. Now, Marty does not employ a full court press quite often. He will, but you won't see that quite often. He will do it as a change of pace from time to time for Lee. The flash. She doesn't make a lot of mistakes with the ball either. And, almost losing that one. Scrambling. They're going to go to the scrum and losing it. And it's going to be going back to Lee. That was one of those that Augustine just simply lost it off her foot. Tripped just a bit. And so Lee with a chance to capitalize off turnovers. And this Lee team is tremendous. They've been picking up 24 points a game off the other team's turnovers. Now, that's the way you drive it inside. You have to be perfectly calculated to get a ball like that in, as they did to Anna Mahonen. And the big key is, even if she doesn't get a basket, hoping to get the foul, and that is exactly what she did. And getting ready to check in for Lee, Cameron Grant, a senior from Monticello, Florida, which is near Tallahassee and Perry. Perry, where my grandparents lived. And Anna nails that one. She's another one of those hometown girls from right there in Cleveland, Tennessee. In and out. This is a great, but that's the key, though. They are so razor sharp on going to the offensive boards, and the foul is called on Augustine. So once again, putting it right back up, they'll have a two-shot foul. Williams is going to check back in. She was only out for about a minute or so. This place, and that's highly inconsequential for this Lee team, because from the free throw line, they have been shooting 79%. To miss 2 out of their first 3 is just not characteristic. Missed them both. And again, another offensive board. And underneath this time, Lucas gets the inside track and draws the foul, which is charged to Mahonen. So Union's going to play it underneath its own goal, leading 15-13. Ashton Baker with her 2 3-pointers is the leader in the game with 6. Samaria Thompson checking in now. Baker, who can run that offense, and she'll just burn you with a lightning-fast layup. And tipped off the hands. They say it last was off of Mahonen. They are really trying to give fits underneath to Jalencia Williams, double teaming. Thompson to toss it in. Baker is just so calm all the time on the floor. And that was one that Williams got the follow. She had a wide open ticket, and then she cashed it in the second time. Jalencia with 6. Chance of defense from the Lady Bulldog floor. And a little curl left-hand shot goes in for Carball. That's Morgan Carball, the junior from Knoxville. Marty has a fertile recruiting area over there in East Tennessee going up all the way. And there goes Baker. Oh, my goodness. She was absolutely robbed by that one. And Williams. That was an exclamation point with that block. Boy, Ashton Baker with that left-hand layup. She had a perfect ticket and just overshot it. You're not going to get that many free opportunities against Lee. And for the three, just pulling up long, but again, getting position underneath. I got a feeling Mark Campbell's going to have something to say about that nice follow on the inside by Hallie Hughes. Hallie averaging 6 rebounds a game coming into this contest. And I've just seen her get defensive position all over the place. Shanique Lucas getting ready to check back in for the Lady Bulldogs. From the corner. Right through the heart it goes for Bethany Dillard. Union back to the lead at 20-17. Expect this to probably stay this way for a good portion of this game. These two teams have had a rivalry going back to the NAIA days, and it's a 3-second violation that is charged to Mahoning. So Union with the turnover, or forcing the turnover. These two teams were in the same conference in the NAIA years when they were both part of the Trans-South Conference, and then they went to NCAA Division II virtually simultaneously, and so this rivalry has never stopped, and it has been one of the finest that you will see in NCAA Division II. The teams know they have to have their A game if they're going to come out victorious. 17 on the shot clock. Another long one from the corner. Emily Baird-Dunnigan nails it. And Union with its biggest lead at 23-17. Lady Bulldogs 5 of 6 from behind the arc. They go inside to Mahoning. Her left-hand hook is there. That is so difficult to do, to be going to your right and then curl that in with a left-handed hook. Thompson tried to go through that wall. The three is there once again. It is Dillard. Union is burning them from outside. A 7-point lead for the Lady Bulldogs. This Lee team, though, is not going to be rattled. They're going to stay with their discipline. And the way they look on this, Union's going to have their runs. We're going to have ours. Going for the big bomb. No, iron unkind. And going to the deck hard. Here's Mahoning, and they tried to save it and could not. 30 seconds to go in this first quarter. As I say, they have flown through this one. This game has only been 12 minutes in progress. That shows you, because in the foul department, Union's only committed 2 and Lee 2. So let's see if Union plays for the final shot. And knowing Mark as I do, he will. And knowing Marty Rowe as I do, he's going to try to come up with some kind of a pressure tactic to force Union into a mistake. All right, Baker is going to be very patient with it. You can watch the shot clock tick down. Baker takes her time. Dillard, who's been red hot, and Lucas. Now they got to hurry. And the turnaround is not there. The defense was a big key to not letting Union get an open look at that point in the paint. And so it is 26-19. Union leads Lee at the end of the first quarter. One of the other things we talked to Mark about is how tough the pre-conference schedule is to affect the team's performance overall as they go into this Gulf South Conference race. Here's what he told us.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is where we are mentally. I mean, does losing a game or losing a game badly affect confidence? And you got to know where your team is. And you know, some of my players are good with that right now. Some of them are struggling with it a little bit right now. So I think the difference is where we are mentally. And so if a team comes in like Lee, who's 7-0, their confidence is going to be a little bit different than ours as far as winning and losing. But the question is, did we learn things that are going to make us attention to detail in a way that's going to allow us to execute better because it was brought to our attention? And I think we'll find that over the next week or two.
After Union went down 10-5 in the early going, they went on a 21-9 run for this 7-point lead. But as I say, Marty Rowe, his teams will stay very calm. They don't get too high or too low. And so Lee is going to be very, very just cognizant about trying to take it one possession at a time. There's those young ladies who they actually came back because they got fed well by Mom at Thanksgiving. Mom didn't give them any extra money, though, and so we're still pleading on their behalf. And all the University cheerleaders for their moms to, give them some money, even though they're going to be done. Even though they're going to be done and back home at some point after next week. You're not seeing a lot of students here at the game tonight because they're all getting ready for finals that start on Monday. And there's Dillard. 3 of them! Bethany Dillard is ablaze tonight. And Union by 10, 29-19. This is just one of those. In Union tonight, 88% from behind the arc. That's not going to continue all game. Down to 12 in the shot clock for the Flames. Baker is having a big time. They went underneath, and look at Lucas swat it away. You thought it was the biggest fly in the building, and going down hard is Williams. And that was one of those just trying to snatch it away was Schubert. And she almost got it. That is the first team foul of the second quarter. And Baker to toss it in. Let's see if they go to that traditional Union inbounds play, and they do, and it does not work. They tried to go at an angle, and Ashton just somehow could not get that ball into Williams. So Lee picking up a turnover for Union. That is turnover number 5. Lee has given it up 5 times as well. Union has picked up 8 points off of Lee's mistakes in this first half. Almost stolen by Dunnigan. On the inside, and that one just was overshot. Too much of an angle on that for Schubert. Pardon me, Garrett. And taking it all the way down, and the layup is there for Lucas. And Marty Rowe is going to call timeout. Union leads it 31-19. Now, many times you will see teams, you're not seeing it a lot tonight. Union faced last week a full-court press and a half-court trap. Mark employs a half-court trap defense from time to time. We ask him how that affects an opponent's offense.
So a few years ago we pressed and we trapped full court. We run and jump. We did it in half court. And I think that year we were, 27-2 going into the conference tournament. And the team that beat us twice was Lee. They're the best prepared, best coached team in our league. And so what you're trying to do is put people in decision-making processes that they're not normally in practice. And if teams aren't pressing teams and trapping teams, such as Drury, we're not that. And so therefore we play against that. It's hard to really adjust to teams that play that way. And so what you're doing is making people think and get outside their norm. And if you're trapping in the half court, they can't run their normal offense. They got to play off script, which means they have to play and think and compete all at the same time. We all struggle with that. Our most stressed times, we don't think clearly. Our words don't come out the same way. We're not as patient. And that's what you're trying to do to a team when you press.
Mark is giving us so many insights into the inside of the game in these interviews that we bring you during our Union games. At halftime, we'll be visiting with Coach Dave Niven, and he'll be telling us all about what we can expect in the men's half of this doubleheader against Lee University. Again, a team that has had its ups and downs, but Union, the men, 6-0 to start their campaign. 13 on the shot clock. Going again for the bomb. No, iron unkind, but getting that offensive board and knocked away. And Lucas will slow it down. Lucas and Baker are terrific in this backcourt. Baker is directing like a symphony orchestra conductor. Lady Bulldogs averaging 74 a game and holding opponents to 61. That is an unusual shot that you do not see, and I think Mark shaking his head on Jalencia trying to take that one almost flat-footed. I mean, it did find the iron, but that is not the kind of shot that they want her to be taking. And open for a flash and way off to the left. Jalencia Williams the rebound. Baker, the jumper. Yes! Baker with 8. The Flash has it going tonight, and Union is up by 14. This Lee team 7-0, and they have played some absolutely dynamite teams across the country in their pre-conference schedule. Jumper, not there, but they get the offensive board, and the turnaround is also not there. Lady Bulldogs back on the attack. The jumper, no. Did not get the Plinko drop, Dunnigan. Slowing the tempo down a bit. And from behind the free throw circle, not there, and timeout called by Mark Campbell with 6:35 to go. We're going to keep it right here. This is just a 30-second timeout. Let's look through your scoring right now. It's Bethany Dillard, who has not had this kind of night in the first half so far this year. 9 points, all 3 of them from behind the arc. She is blistering it tonight. And it is 8 points for Ashton Baker. The Flash has got it going, too. She's had 2 from long distance. And there you have. There's a quartet. They actually sing barbershop quartet when they're not out here. They probably don't even know what barbershop quartet is. Probably never heard it in their lives. Shanique Lucas with 7 and Jalencia Williams with 6. Over for Lee. 5 points for Hallie Hughes and 5 for Mahonen. And Union has done a terrific job of shutting off the inside game, and Lee has not been able to connect from outside. And you got to know, it's a 34% shooting team from behind the arc. That's not a huge percentage. Union coming in shooting 41% in three-pointers. But they can get on a bench. Lucas, who is just full of determination. 13 on the shot clock. They'd like to get, and they got Keely Robinson in their big, high-arcing 3. Yes, sir! Emily Beard connects with it, and the Lady Bulldogs up 17. But we saw them against Central Missouri pick up a 17-point lead, and they had to scramble to win it 79-75. Again, one of the nation's top teams. Beautiful, nicely done. Forced in on the inside, and Lee finally stops it. And underneath, Keely Robinson doesn't drop, but she draws the foul and will go to the line for 2. Robinson didn't get the bank up high enough. And so it is only in this quarter, it is only the second team foul. That's one reason this game is just blitzing by, and big reason is because there have been so few fouls called in the game, and Robinson gets them both. That's what you need from your post player, particularly when they're resting Jalencia. Union still up by 17. It was 26-19 at the end of the first quarter. Union up 12-2 in this quarter, and they went wide trying to get it on the inside. Excellent defense by Bethany Dillard. Checking back in, Samaria Thompson, and Dillard will check out. Union shooting 64% from the floor. And they've held Lee to 38%, and Lee has committed 7 turnovers. Getting down to about the halfway point of this second quarter. And Robinson just beats everybody. She had a one-on-one ticket and took it. And Union is just playing lights out, 40-21. I don't think this is what Marty Rowe expected coming in here tonight. He's had some illness on this team. I mean, it has been tough. There's a flu bug that has gone through the Union Bulldogs. Big 3. Couldn't bank. Lee getting the offensive board, which they've done so much of tonight. Big swing pass and off her foot. What else can go wrong for Lee? This is just not the Lee team that everybody's accustomed to seeing. That one was blocked, but it goes out of bounds, and Union will play it. And we have another or are they going to let that one go? since there was an earlier timeout, apparently they are not going to take a media here, so we'll keep it right here. And that's your classic play that went sour. And no foul called. Lucas could not get it to fall. And here come the Lady Flames on the attack once again. Trying to do anything they can. They're working against Robinson in the offensive foul. Frustrating it was, unquestionably, for Mahonen. She thought that she had the position, and instead the officials said, nope. It was Robinson that drew that foul, and so Union, again, another turnover, the 9th for Lee in this game, and Lady Bulldogs trying to capitalize. 10 points off of Lee mistakes in this game. Getting close to the 4-minute mark. Going right through the defenders, and a nice block from behind by Hughes. She timed that jump perfectly. They go from the corner. No, just nothing there from behind the arc for Lee. Thompson thought about a three, but didn't take it. Inside, Robinson's going to take that one-on-one ticket. The left-hand layup was too hard, but she got her own offensive board and the foul. Keeley, Mark was worried about this. I don't know if he was going poker-faced with us. I don't think he was. Mark was really worried about the mental focus of this team, especially because of how during Thanksgiving week, even in the one victory in the 2 games they had, they just didn't seem to have it together. But tonight, in this first half at least, they are on target. And Keeley Robinson, 3 of 3 from the line. Lady Bulldogs up by 20. I don't think anybody in the house expected it. Short, way short. Oh, it's like she had just run out of gas from the line. And Lee trying to stay disciplined with their offense. And going right in between the defenders and having to kick it back out. And stripped away. Trying to scramble for it. It's going to be a scrum, and Lee comes away with it with 7 on the shot clock. They are open for the 3. Yes! Finally, Julia Duncan nails one home, her first 3 of the game, to cut it to 17. And this is where the Lady Bulldogs, Marcus said, you can't let off on the gas when you get this kind of lead. And when they got up 20, he doesn't want to see that suddenly as they go to the locker room. And that was a very bad unforced error. That's where communication just seemingly went by the boards. Checking in back again is Ashton Baker, and Shanique Lucas comes back out, and Mark is talking to her about being more crisp and understanding where your teammates are going to be flowing in the offense. And nicely done. It was a good drive, but the left-hand layup just went nowhere. Sadie Nee, she can go from outside. Now here's Baker to try to settle everybody down. Now if she sees an opening, she'll take a ticket herself, and she was almost ready to do that. Robinson on the inside, floats it, and traveling is called. Kind of like that old Fats Domino and Ricky Nelson song. I'm walking, yes indeed, I'm talking, I do believe. There's all kinds of songs about walking, so you just, and I know walking in Memphis is geographically closer, but that doesn't have a melodic tune to it. All right, they go to the inside, and again, trying to knock down, and beautiful block by Williams. Mahonen has had her hands full with Jalencia, and that pass, the outlet pass on the fly down to Emily Dunnigan, way too high, and Union again making an unforced error, turnover number 7. That's the kind of thing when you have a large lead, your coach does not want to see those kinds of mistakes, because suddenly you leave windows of opportunity for an opponent that you have been dominating tonight to get back in it. Beautiful turnaround pass, and iron unkind, but underneath the follow is there for Mahonen. Union had a 20-point lead. It's been sliced to 15. They haven't been able to get it on the inside to Williams, and they go high, and she has it. Just as I say, they haven't done it lately. They managed to do it. Marty Rose probably saying, shut up, Steve. 43-26 with a minute to go. Mahonen dishes it off, and that was an ill-advised bounce pass. Here goes Baker. Dunnigan wanted that three so badly, but this is such a fast Lee team, and they picked her up defensively very quickly. All right, Baker has 17 seconds to set this up. Union switching around the offense and around the perimeter. Baker. And no. Mahonen the rebound, and Lee will have one final opportunity to cut it to 15 at halftime. But it has been a strong second quarter for the Lady Bulldogs. Baker playing off just a bit. And from the corner, they're going to take it in the paint. The bank is not there, and the offensive foul is called. So it didn't work for the Lady Flames, and Mark is having a conversation with Bethany Dillard. And I think I don't know if they're saying there's still a couple of tenths of a second left on the clock, because the teams have not headed back to the locker room, and apparently they're going over to tell Carlos Spencer, our veteran clock operator, let's put a half second back on the clock. So that's where we are. I would be very, very surprised if a basket goes in here. And Ashton doesn't even try it. So we go to the half, 43-26 with Union on top. It has been balanced scoring for the Lady Bulldogs. 3 3-pointers for Bethany Dillard with 9, 8 for Williams and Baker, 7 for Lucas, 6 for Beard, and 5 for Robinson. And over for Lee, Mahonen with 9. She's had herself a fine game, 4 out of 6 from the floor, and 5 for Hallie Hughes. And so that's the way it looks right now for Union, up 43-26. Had a lead as large as 20, 41-21. Kind of cut back on the gas, strong defense from Lee. Kept it from getting out of hand anymore. Well, every week at halftime in these doubleheaders, we are going to bring you our Bulldog preview for the men's game with Coach Dave Niven. And I think tonight you're going to find he has some interesting insights, and it's also been a tough week in practice for the Bulldogs for something other than what's actually been happening on the floor. So here we go. It is the Bulldog preview with Coach Dave Niven.
Well, it's halftime at Union University as the Lady Bulldogs are in the locker room to talk over things here at the half against Lee. And so now we're joined by the Bulldogs head coach, Dave Niven. And it has been a solid pre-conference start for the Bulldogs, 6-0, and they've taken on all comers and come out on top in all of them. Dave, let's talk about this. When you started the season, you always know what your goal is, but in your imagination, could you have figured this team would be undefeated at this point?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've known we have a pretty good team, and really that's because this is probably the most experience of returning guys on this roster that we've had in a long, long time. We've been healthy. For the most part, we've had some guys that have missed some games but for the most part, we've been healthy this season. I think COVID last year, really, it gave us a chance to bring back a fifth year guy this year, which makes you really old. But we also combined that with some freshmen that got to play a lot of minutes last year. We had some injuries last year that missed out on some really good players playing for us last year. And so it gave the opportunity for some freshmen to play a lot of minutes last year. And so they come back with a great deal of experience. You bring those guys back that missed last season, to injuries. They come back to the mix. So it just puts us in a position where we are really deep, and we have a lot of experienced players. And, it's hard to put a value on having guys that have done it many, many times, and gone through it and seen lots of different things, and really just know how we play. That makes a huge difference in really, it makes my job a lot easier. Our guys are able to go out and do things and make adjustments on their own sometimes, just because we've got an experienced, mature team.
Dave, let's talk also about the road trip that you just came off of last week, a very successful one. What were the keys and the things that you took away from that trip, and particularly against the opponents you were taking on?
Well, that was over the break. So we were out of school. We took them up and had a chance to treat them to a Bulls game up in Chicago on Monday night, and then ended up playing on Wednesday. And I thought this was going to be a tough game on the road for us. Ended up being a lot tougher than I anticipated. We got the flu bug on that trip, and didn't have many guys available for practice on Tuesday night. Had less available for shoot around on Wednesday, and really had 5 or 6 guys just tough it out and play, even though they felt really, really poorly. And so I've not experienced anything like that with a team where we had that many guys get sick at the same time. Unfortunately, it's continued. We only had 2 players available for practice when we got back on Saturday. So it's been a challenging week for players and coaches overcoming some issues. Who knows? Practice has been a challenge this week as well, but I was really pleased and thought, and told our guys this week, no matter what, we showed a lot of toughness of some of you felt terrible, and you got out there and you played, and you played well through some really challenging adversity. And so I thought that, as much as anything, is what we took away from that trip. We were obviously thrilled to get a win on the road against a Division II region opponent, especially considering those circumstances.
You have me feeling a little bit like I'm going to keep my distance after all these flu bugs and everything else that you have with that.
I don't think you can get it through this here.
I think we can stay away from it on Zoom, but that is a hard hit to take at any time of the year, but particularly right around the Thanksgiving time, and being on there's nothing worse than being on the road and suddenly have a bunch of people that are sick and having to deal with all of that. Well, then let's transition from that to tonight. It all starts for real as far as the Gulf South Conference race. And I mean, this is a completely different animal because this is where the wins and losses really count. First off, tell us what you know in this very young season, what you know about this Lee team that comes to town.
Oh, I think Lee is one of the best teams in our league. I don't remember where they were picked. I don't put a whole lot of stock into preseason polls, but I know they're up there. I personally thought they would be probably the best returning team in our league. With all they have coming back, they've got the player of the year from their side of the league returning last year. He's a great player in Quay Kennedy. But they're similar to us in they're really experienced team. Their starting 5 have played a ton of basketball and been really successful. So I think they are they're certainly one of the teams that'll be in the mix for a conference championship this year. So it's going to be definitely a challenge. We'll have our work cut out for us in the conference opener.
Dave, for Coach, how difficult is it for you to keep the team focused one game at a time? Now, I know a lot of people say, well, that's coach speak, but there's a mental focus on that you're trying to keep them not looking ahead to other opponents. How difficult is that for a coach to keep your team focused on in the moment right now?
I think it varies team to team. Certainly, like I said before, with the maturity on our team, I think it's a little bit easier. We've got a lot of guys that have been through it and know how long a season it is, and I think that as much as anything, just having as much experience as we do on this roster and guys that have played, you don't have the tendency to look ahead as much. And honestly, I guess that's probably one of the blessings of playing one of the best teams in the league to open up conferences is there's no reason to look ahead. I think our attention is 100% on Lee right now, and it should be. And so I think our players understand how good they are. We've had the chance to see them in person. We were in the same event down in Georgia that they were in. So, our players are certainly more familiar with Lee than anyone else in our league, just because, we've seen them twice, in person as we were playing the same event a couple of weeks ago. So, I know they know they have our full attention, and I'm confident our guys are certainly focused and ready and excited to play on Thursday.
Now let's transition to tonight and talk about, from your vantage point as a coach, keys to the game. What are the most significant keys to this game tonight for Union?
I think Lee is traditionally one of the best defensive teams in our league, and our ability to make shots, to get open shots, get good looks, and capitalize when we do. Our ability to get the free throw line and make free throws. All those things on the offensive side of things are going to be really important. Then, they're a team that they're particularly their starting five. I think any one of those guys could go off and have a night of 25 or 30. And so, defensively for us, we're going to have to be really solid. I think that's been a strength of this team so far this year. We have the ability to defend at a high level. But Lee's going to present some challenges that I don't think anybody else has so far in just how they play and how they cut and all those kind of things. So I think certainly that's going to be a big key for us is the ability to defend and then rebound. They've got some guys and some size at certain positions that we don't match up with. And so we're going to have to be physical on the glass and really initiate contact and try to keep them off the offensive boards. That's going to be a big part of this as well.
Dave, as always, we wish you much good luck tonight against Lee, and we'll be visiting with Dave also at halftime of that game to get some more insights into the game away from the game. But for right now, let's go down to the floor for your halftime statistics between the Lady Bulldogs and Lee.
And it's time for your Lady Bulldogs halftime report, brought to you by Worthy Road Studios, the finest in video and event production all across West Tennessee, and a load of sports as part of that. Here are your halftime statistics. The Lady Bulldogs have been shooting lights out tonight. 16 of 29 for 55%. If they hadn't missed 3 layups that probably should have gone in, they just rushed them, it probably would be in the 60s. But look at this, 8 out of 10 from behind the arc. That's your big difference in this game right here. 8 out of 10 from behind the arc. It's a 17-point lead, and Union has picked up 15 more points on three-pointers. then has Lee shooting 27%. As we said, Lee's not they're not a team that's going to live and die by the three. They've had 34% in their first 7 games where they're undefeated, but Lady Bulldogs have done a good job of defending against that. Free throws, it's been a better night for Union, 3 out of 4 for 75%. Uncharacteristic for Lee to have missed 3 out of 4. Lee has the edge in rebounding, 21-15, and part of that is because they've had 10 offensive rebounds. They've had an opportunity at several second and third chance opportunities at the basket, many of which did not fall. And then in turnovers, Lee has coughed it up 11 times, and that is not normal for this team in the first half because they only average 14 turnovers a game. Union has given it up 7 times, and points off turnovers. Union has picked up 10 off of the Lady Flames' mistakes, and the number is 6 for Lee in the other category. And so that has not been a huge difference, mainly because when it gets right down to it, it has been one of those things. Look at there. Look at these ladies in here. And I got to tell you, they are so happy that Mom gets to see them on the telecast right here. You know, the other night we had Delaney Susain in there in the concession stand. She put away the biggest piece of pizza that I've ever seen that young lady do, and yet she never gains a pound. You know, for somebody like me, I have to just watch it like just absolutely. I'm really in deep trouble when you get the big pizza around me. But Lady Bulldogs on top, 43-26, a surprising 17-point first half lead. And this is a shocker, frankly, but I want to caution everybody. Here's a couple of the other young ladies that got a little bit of home cooking when they went home for Thanksgiving. They're back here, and they're saying to themselves, I just wish I didn't have to take finals next week, as I think every Union University student is. And you don't see a great many students here in the arena tonight because so many of them are doing presentations and papers. They've got so many things on their shoulders right now, and it's a shame because of the fact that this is one of the most serious matchups right off the bat. And there's a tip away by Dunnigan. She reached high and almost spirited that one away from Duncan. Marty switches it up. And they have 13 on the shot clock. The key for Lee is to make the third quarter moving quarter. Almost like a lot of players do, tipped away, and they're going to charge a foul reaching in to Jalencia Williams. So Lee's going to play it underneath. A new 20 on the shot clock. Mark didn't think much of that call, and I can see by the shake of the head. And offensive foul. That is the third offensive foul of the game. Lucas took it hard. She had position, and Schubert is charged. That's her second personal. No one is in any foul trouble for either team. In fact, only 2 players for Union have committed fouls. Bailey Augustine with 2 and 1 for Jalencia Williams that was just called. Here goes Baker. Right down the lane. Left-hand layup just does not fall. She gets the rebound, and the jumper does not fall. Union missed 2 golden opportunities. And here goes Lee trying to stay in pattern with their offense. Working against Williams. The left-hand curl hook is not there, and here you go. The Flash is trying to find the opening. We haven't had a lot of baskets in transition in this game tonight. Baker is open, but that's a little bit outside her range. Union continuing that motion and the foul. And that one is charged to Schubert. That will be her second. Want to say hello to so many of you, all of you parents and grandparents that are watching on the digital network tonight, because I know you cannot make a lot of these trips, particularly when they're long distance, or if your student is attending a university that's a long distance away, and we're glad we could bring these to you. And that's a rare mistake of that ilk by Ashton Baker, just simply losing it off her foot. Just rarely happens with her. But hello, parents, and we wish you an extraordinarily Merry Christmas. There you go. Beat all the defenders. That's a backdoor play. That is the first basket of this third quarter by Hallie Hughes. She's got 7. And that's the kind of thing that even though it took a minute and a half, Lee wanted that one because they wanted to get that first basket in this second half. 12. Lee has really tightened up on this man-to-man defense. And the jumper is short. Baker has cooled off a bit. She's now 3 out of 8 from the floor. It's knocked away, but Lee picks it up, and Baker almost had it. And traveling is called, and so here comes to check in. Baker's going to come out, and they're going to bring back in Samaria Thompson. Mark is trying to settle her down after a couple of mistakes. And you see her coaching is we've got our cowboy curling mop guy that comes out here and cleans up all the moisture. I think that's what we'll call him, is cowboy curling. Union slows the tempo down. Key for the Lady Bulldogs is not to get into a mode of playing not to lose, forcing it. Jalencia and there was time on the shot clock. She just pushed that one. And the kick behind, yes. Garrett knocks it home. She has 4, and Lee has picked up the first 4 points of this half. As I told you, this team will make a run. Mark my word. Union has not scored in the first 3 minutes of this third quarter. Not a good sign for the Lady Bulldogs. Down to 7 on the shot clock. Open for the 3. No, it did not get the Plinko drop. Hughes the rebound. And again, Union cold now after a blazing hot first half. If they got one from outside, this thing would be down to 10. Marty is giving them the instructions down. He's in the lower center of your picture. And the foul on Union. That's going to be on Thompson. And checking back into the game is Bailey Augustine, and coming out will be Bethany Dillard. Bethany had 3 in a row from behind the arc, just bing, bang, boom in the first half. Lee trying to find an opening, and it's stolen. And it's going to be a one-on-one race. And there we go. And down the stretch she goes, and it was a brain buster to the head. What a steal on that one, and it is Smith that is charged with the foul. Addison, the 6-footer from Hudson, New Hampshire. So at the line for 2, it is Samaria Thompson. Listen how quiet this place gets. Nailed it. Well, that was Thompson's first trip to the free throw line. Union 9 out of 12 in the contest for 75% from the line. That's much better than what we have been seeing from them lately. Make it 76% now. That was the first 2 that Union has nailed. Took them 3.5 minutes to score in this third quarter. That's what will happen when they get behind, and Lee hasn't been behind much at all in this early portion of the season. The 3. Yes! Garrett is finding the range now. It's down to a 12-point lead. I was telling some of you at halftime on Facebook that, do not breathe easy if you're a Union fan, because this Lee team is all so capable. And 3 seconds in the lane is called, and so Union again making some unforced errors, and Mark's going to get Ashton Baker back into the contest. Baker comes in, Thompson goes out. Union has not hit one from the floor in this third quarter. And Lee could close this down to a single-digit margin, and Union was on top by 20 at one point in the second quarter. Marty's made some adjustments at halftime, and Union has made some mistakes. High up, almost a 3-point play. Lucas will be charged with a foul. That's the first for Shanique. So going to the line Garrett makes the first one. Hannah is easing in close to her 9-point average on the season. Got them both. So Union down to a 10-point margin. That 20-point lead has been sliced in half. And the Lady Bulldogs have not scored. They go inside to Williams, and it's tipped away. Again, excellent defense. And they weren't double-teaming it that time. That one's going to be like shot out of a cannon. Union's going to have numbers. It's going to be 4-on-3. Lucas may take it all the way herself. No. She saved it. I don't know how. It is Baker. No. Oh, my goodness. Union had a golden opportunity again, and it was frittered away. Lee could cut this thing to an 8 or 7-point margin. And from the corner, the bomb is not there, and Lucas high for the rebound. That's her fourth one off the glass. Union has just simply not been able to find the range. They were shooting at one point 60% from the floor. Now it's down to 44. And it's Dunnigan. No, it is not there. Boy, you'd think they brought an Amana side-by-side in for them right now, because that's exactly where the shooting has gone. It's like they've been in the refrigerator freezer. That one's too strong, and the rebound off again to Lucas. Well, Shanique is getting it off the boards, and Mark is going to take time out with 4:19 remaining. We talked to him about recruiting, but from this perspective, what happens when he goes into a recruit's home and meets the parents? Here's what he told us.
You know, I think parents are really important. I think that, one of the things for me as a parent is I want to be able to trust where my daughter and where my son go to school and who they're going to be around. Because we've tried their entire lives to demonstrate a certain ideal of what life should look like. And in our home, I want the Bible to be that ideal. The examples that Jesus set and what he's called us to do. And so where my kids go to school and who they're around, it's important to us as they're becoming an adult that they are around people that can continue to foster those ideals.
You can see from the gestures and the movement of the head that this has been a timeout in which it has been a trip to the prayer meeting of Coach Campbell. Woo, boy. That was intense, and you could hear it all over the arena. Mark will tell us from time to time, he said it's when we get into dilemmas like we have been in this third quarter, in which I'm not a very pleasant guy to be around. He loves his players, but he really gets on target with them when they have had a quarter like this, and they've gone nearly 6 minutes and only scored 2 free throws. And a 17-point halftime lead is down to 10. 15 on the shot clock for Union. And here goes Lucas. And she takes it under the defenders and gets the spin. Now, that's what this young lady who lives in Thailand with her family, that is exactly what she brings to the table. You can't coach that kind of thing. The big thing for Lee is just to stay patient, not make mistakes, and play their offense. Boy, Schubert wanted that one and blocked by Lucas, and she commits the foul on the wrist. That was Garrett. I should have said that. I couldn't see the three on there. Garrett wanted that one badly, and so we are going to take timeout. It is a media timeout with Union on top, 47-35. Well, over the years, Mark has recruited players that come from different personal backgrounds, and especially if a player comes from a way of life with only one parent or even no parents, how does that affect his approach?
And so for me in recruiting, not everyone is that person. It's not somebody coming out of my home. But there are a lot of homes that is true, and there's other ones that want their children to be a part of that home, family, team, that particular child has not had a chance to be in. So again, I think it's different, but I think it's important if you walk into a home or you talk to parents, the respect that young lady has towards their parents is just a marker that kind of demonstrates a little bit what it's going to be like for them to play for me. And so I think fit is super important, but that fit doesn't have to be that they came from a similar background. It's the need to be in this situation, in this circumstance, in this environment. And so we all have needs at different times in our lives where we need to be a part of something. And so we have young ladies that are part of families that are similar to our background, what our environment's like. We have some that are not, but they want it.
Well, it's Hannah Garrett back to the free throw line. She's hit both of hers that she's had earlier tonight. She could be the first player in the entire game to hit double figures. Lee has outscored Union 9-4 here in the third quarter. No doubt about that. And this will be to cut it, and Mark is telling the defenders to switch ends, and they do. And we are back to a 10-point margin. That 20-point lead has been sliced in half. Lady Bulldogs, though, still struggling from the floor in this quarter. Here's Williams. Underneath her defender and can't get it to fall. Union with a dramatic save, and let's see what happens. Give it back to the Lady Bulldogs. That was a bang play underneath. So Union will have it with 17 on the shot clock, and Baker to toss it in. All right, let's see how Mark plays this one. Dangerous cross-court pass, and Lucas with the three. She's got 12. That's her second three-pointer, and Union needed that one. 50-37. But this Lee team is a very patient team. There's a lot of time on the clock and another quarter. Going for the answer shot. Nope, off left. But they capture the offensive board. They've got 11 of them in this game. Turnaround jumper. And traveling. It was almost a travel on Duncan. They didn't call it, and so taking a step, and this is a big one. Dillard comes back in from Augustine, and this is a big one because if Union is able to capitalize on this and put one down, then all of a sudden it's only down 2 points from the time they started in the quarter. And the bomb. Yes! Dillard with a three. That is her fourth. And Union back to the 16-point margin. It was 17 at the top of the quarter. And too far on the inside. Union takes it away. That is turnover number 16 on Lee. Lucas slowing it down. She goes like a freight train. Dunnigan thought about the three, but she was picked up very, very quickly by Duncan. 12 on the shot clock. Looking inside to Williams. Blocked. And Union with only 4 seconds remaining. That was a beautiful timing on that block. And checking out is Johnson. And this has to be one of these quickies. There's not a lot of time. She's going to have to force it. Almost there. Now on the bicycle. Here comes Lee. It's a one-on-one, and they shift it to the corner, and Lady Bulldogs. Baker blocks it. The jumper. Yep. Perfectly navigated on that 12-foot jumper by Schubert. She has 4. It's a 14-point Union lead. Lady Bulldogs have only scored 10 in this third quarter. Lucas looking for an opening, and she finds it with Williams, and Williams is fouled. Now, the key thing that you got to look at when it comes to Jalencia, this is not her strong suit at the free throw line. And she tends to struggle at the early portion of the season, and so far she is shooting 53% from the free throw line. but connected there. If she hits this one, you just got to figure that's a bonus for the Lady Bulldogs. And just short. A minute to go in the third quarter. And it has been a much better one for Lee. Lady Bulldogs still maintaining intense pressure with their man-to-man defense. Underneath, and the foul is on Lucas, who didn't think she connected on that. And that is the third on Shanique. She's the first Lady Bulldog to be in foul trouble, and she'll come out. Sadie Nee will check in. 3 fouls each for Schubert and Mahonen for Lee. But again, this game has been played very fast because we've only been at it about 65 minutes, including halftime. Almost at the end of the third quarter. Here's Mahonen. Oh, my goodness. 5 out of 9 from the free throw line. This has not been a Lee Lady Flames night from the free throw line because they came in here shooting nearly 80%. Missed them both. Oh, my goodness. Sadie's going to slow this one down. They go inside. They got Keely Robinson in at the post right now, giving Williams a bit of a rest. Smaller lineup for Union. From the corner. No, that one was an air ball from the word go. So Lee's going to play it for the last shot. They'd love to be able to nail a 3 coming out of this one and cut it down to 12 from what was 17 at the start of the third quarter. And driving on the inside, yes, and the foul. They're going to get an opportunity at a 3 is what my good friend Gary Neese always calls a 3 the hard way. And that was just great concentration on her drive. So Schubert at the line. She's picked up 8 in the game. And for some reason, they have not tacked on. Yeah, they have. For a minute, I thought they had not tacked on that extra basket. So 3-point play cuts it to 12. Union still with 6 seconds to try to navigate something. And Marty's going to bring a couple of players up to challenge. Actually, 3 now. They'd love to get a steal. Here goes Baker. She is lightning fast. The Flash is going to try to put it up. And does. No. If anybody could have made something happen in that 6 seconds, it would have been Ashton Baker. So it's 54-42, 5 points closer than it was at the beginning of the second half. We'll be back with the fourth quarter after a message of interest for all. No, we're going to do this. Let me change that. Yeah, we're going to go to a message of interest for you.
If you're a Christian college or are starting the college search process, I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
A big key is who hits the first basket here in the fourth quarter. If Union does, it puts an awful lot of pressure because that would make it a 5-possession lead for the Lady Bulldogs. Puts a lot of pressure on Lee. And Union's man-to-man defense has been difficult for them tonight. This is a team that averages 78 points a game, and they've been held to 42 so far. But if Lee scores first, and Union's going to have first possession, if Lee scores first, then that's a huge momentum swing because suddenly you're back down to either a 9 or a 10-point lead. And the Lady Bulldogs have just seen the momentum shift to Lee in that third quarter. As we said, there was movement. And here you go. They are the triad of cheerleaders that I think they want us to pay them for appearance on cameras. Almost lost by Baker, but she saves it and gets underneath and hits it. The flash turns it into gold, and she has 10. That's 3 in double figures for the Lady Bulldogs, and it's back to a 14-point lead. They're going to work against Williams. They thought about the three. Open for the jumper, and it is there. Hughes now with 9 in the game to make it a 56-44 lead for Union. Again, the point that we made in the third quarter, Union cannot afford to play this game not to lose. They have to continue to strike at what brought them here. They go high into Williams. Yes! Ashton Baker with that high looping pass. And so Jalencia now with 11. 4 Lady Bulldogs in double figures. And they're open for the three. It was a one-hand push shot, and it is there. Yes, ma'am, it was. Terrific from outside. So we're back down to an 11-point margin. Still a 4-possession lead for Union. They go wide, and it is Dillard. Yes! Dillard with 15. 5 of 8 from behind the arc. That was huge for Union because it gets it back to the 14-point margin. Trying to work in for that curl layup, and indeed doing so was Garrett. She has 13 to lead the Lady Flames. Scoring tempo has picked up again. Union still with a 4-possession lead. Here goes Williams. She's sandwiched and could not get it. Baker with the rebound and the foul. And that is charged to Hughes. That is her 4th. So Marty gets some subs in here. That, in fact, it was not on Hughes. We'll check that out. We'll check that out in just a second because we've got a discrepancy here on our board. Union with 20 on the shot clock and Baker to toss it in. We're under 8 minutes. It has been all Union so far, but Lee has played a tenacious second half. That was a dangerous one outside to Williams. Between the defenders, no! Oh, my goodness. That was like almost getting the $10,000 drop on Plinko and having it fall to 0. Lee still chipping away at this one. Still down 12. This is Schubert. Thinking about it, goes for the bomb. Yes! Schubert has cut it to a 9-point game. That's as close as Lee has been since the first quarter, when it was 26-19. Ashton, down the heart she goes. The flash just cleared the lane out. Back to an 11-point lead. Even though it's not a 1 or 2 possession game, this is just drama building here at the Fred. High arcing three. Once again, they cannot stop Schubert. 13 points. Back to the 9-point lead. Union now pressed to try to get some kind of an answer shot. Lucas is back in there. Here's Baker, 16 on the shot clock. She's being double-teamed. Wild, and for the three, no. You could tell it was short from the minute she released it. Not there for Dunnigan. Knocked away nicely. She gets back down the floor. Here goes Lucas. It's 1-on-2. And down the stretch she goes. Oh, my, what an effort by Shanique Lucas. 14 points. And that was one of those, she was not going to be denied that layup, and yes, they did give her the basket and the foul. That is the 4th foul on Schubert. Shanique, iron unkind, but she grabs the offensive board. That was big. At least it'll be big if Union is able to navigate a basket here. Baker to settle it down. Down to 7. And underneath, wide open. There she goes, Williams. She was left wide open, and Jalencia with 13. Lady Bulldogs getting their rhythm and tempo back, 67-54. Schubert playing with 4 fouls. Now trying to drive, the jumper. Just rolling off and going over the back for the rebound, and they get the easy no, the layup does not fall. And Marty Rowe calls timeout. 5 minutes 20. Now the clock is still running. They got to get that back. It's probably going to go back to 5:23. And Mark is making an argument that after the shot was made, that the timeout, we're going to keep it right here. Mark's making the argument that after the shot was made, Marty should not have been allowed the timeout. And we'll try to figure that out. Apparently, they'll give it back to Lee underneath its own goal, even though the shot was going away, and it appeared Union was close to the rebound on that. 67-56, 5:20 remaining. Let's run down your totals. Union, after that blistering first half in which the Lady Bulldogs were shooting nearly 60%, getting back up a little higher again at 48%. Three-pointers, Union still 11 of 18 for 61%. And 6 of 9 from the free throw line for 67. Now, Lee is still out-rebounded Union 34-24, and a big factor is 13 offensive rebounds, which is characteristic for this Lady Flames team. Over for the Flames, it is Garrett, the leading scorer, with 13. Haley Schubert with 12, getting close to her 16-point-a-game average. 12 for Hallie Hughes. She's right at her season average so far, and 9 for Mahonen. The big challenge they have right now is Schubert is playing with 4 fouls, and she's really been the hottest hand and rebounder that they've had over the course of this fourth quarter. And Union will play it underneath, and Marty's going to go to a press. And here they go. Baker, she's being double-teamed, and she's going to have help. She gets it. They got to hurry up to get it over in that 10-second time limit. And it is Dunnigan. Yes! Dunnigan, the 12th three-pointer in this game for Union, and it's back to a 14. What a block by Lucas! She just flew down like something from TWA and just absolutely denied that three by Duncan. Man, can you imagine seeing suddenly that flash get in your face of Shanique Lucas? Under 5 minutes to go. Let's see how Marty plays it. They're probably going to try that curl hook, and it's blocked by Williams. That is her third block of the contest. Union now slowing the tempo a bit, not having to be rushed at this stage, back up 14. Now they go around the corner again. They'd love to. Inside, Lucas is wide open, has to take it back out. She jumped too high, and all of a sudden she was picked up on defense and the foul. That is only the third team foul on Lee. So Union will play it underneath with 20 on the shot clock. You can see why both of these teams are considered to be within the top 20 in the entire country. Ashton almost couldn't find anybody, but Dunnigan was open in the corner. There you go. Lucas is waiting on somebody to break. 7 on the shot clock. Baker may be the one that has to make it happen. The stop and pop is short. Lee on the run. They're going to have to slow it up because Union quickly back down on defense. And there you go with a big bomb. No, just short. They're going to scramble for it as we're under 4 minutes. There's still time for this Lee team to get back into striking distance. Going for another bomb. Yes! This team that could not hit anything from outside in the first half has finally found its range, and Hallie Hughes has 15. It's still an 11-point margin, but Union cannot afford to let up on the gas. Lady Bulldogs have made 10 turnovers. Lee 17. High lob underneath. Soft layup. You can't play it any better than that. Great assist by Lucas and Williams with 15. Trying to take it all the way down, and from behind, the foul is going to be charged to Augustine. That will be her third. So Bethany Dillard will come in for her, and checking back in for Lee is Hannah Garrett. At the line for two once again, Schubert. She's had herself a fantastic second half. That's 13. They had basically shut her down in the first half, and she's come to the party here in the second half. Missed the second one. Dunnigan thought about trying to drive it all the way, but she was picked up quickly. Dunnigan for the three. No, it is short. Now there's still almost 3 minutes left. Almost stolen away. And are they going to call a foul on Lucas? They are. Bumped from behind. That is only the second team foul of the quarter on Union. But for Lucas, that is her fourth foul. You could say with a 12-point lead and 2:55 to go that they could probably afford to play without her, but you don't want to lose her should there be just such a dramatic comeback by Lee, of which they are quite capable of doing. A Marty Rowe team can do anything. And the three goes over the glass, and so Union will play it. 7 out of 20 for 35% for Lee from behind the arc tonight. Union at 60%, 12 out of 20. And let's see how Baker plays it. They've narrowed it down to about 2.5 minutes to go. Wild pass. That was just a little bit too much of a gamble on the part of Shanique Lucas. And I think she knew it. Union will play it with 10 seconds to go on the shot clock. They have at least shaved off enough time on the clock that it's probably served a good purpose, even if they don't score here. Baker fouled from behind. That is only the fourth team foul, but what it does is give Union a new 20. You take a big gamble when you're doing that. I think Marty's probably trying to get them to the free throw line. If they were going to foul somebody that would probably be the most help to them, it would be if they could foul Jalencia Williams. And that's nothing against Jalencia. It's just that her free throw percentage is not that strong, and Baker has it stolen away. Well, a sense of urgency for Lee. The jumper is there. Schubert has been all over it. 15 points now to tie Hughes for the Lee lead. You've got Dillard. We're going to keep it right here. Dillard and Williams each have 15 for Union, 14 for Lucas, 12 for Ashton Baker. And a big key here with it being 72-62 is that Marty's got to take a gamble either from the free throw line or trying to gamble for steals in any way possible, because Union is not going to be in any hurry to try to knock down anything. A big key tonight, 17 turnovers on the part of Lee, and that is just not characteristic of them, hasn't been this season, and that's given Union 17 points. Mark has been intense with his coaching. The first half, it was just total dominance by Union. Leading at one point 41-21. It was 43-26 at halftime. Lee closed it to within 10 in the third quarter, and then Union eased it back out once again at the end of the quarter to a 13-point margin. And here we are, 72-62 in the fourth quarter with 2:15 remaining. And a big key has been for this Lee comeback has been Haley Schubert. She has just turned her game around here in the second half. 6 out of 14 from the floor. She's had 1 3-pointer, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. And she's doing that right now playing with 4 fouls. Shanique Lucas playing with 4 for Union. And Marty is going to try to press. Didn't surprise me one bit. So Union's bringing everybody up. Lucas makes the break as well as anybody that you'll see. Now, Shanique's going to slow it up. Well, I thought she was, and now Baker's the one who's going to slow it up as we're getting close to the 2-minute mark in this game. Ashton takes her time. They're down to 10 on the shot clock. Almost stolen, and it is. It's going to be a one-on-one race. I don't know if Baker can top her. She basically gives her the layup, and the hurry absolutely just befuddled Lee, and that was a great defensive play on the part of Ashton Baker. And after committing the turnover to get back down the floor. All right, checking back in. Again, Marty's got a couple of new substitutes in the game. 72-62 with 1:47 remaining. A Lee 3 would cut it to 7, which would be the smallest margin since the first quarter. And they go for it. And they get it. That is Schubert again. A second half like no other with 18. It's still a 3-possession lead, but Union cannot, and she's being triple teamed in the backcourt. Not a time to go for a 3 if you're Dunnigan. 14 on the shot clock. They're going to try to skate this down as much as they can, and timeout Mark Campbell with 9 remaining on the shot clock. Big key here is that Marty Rowe has not had to go to the foul fest to try to get back in this game. It would be a gamble with a number of the Union players, particularly if it was Baker. If you put Emily Beard Dunnigan on the line, it would be a big, big challenge. But as we are looking at things here with 1:17 remaining, you cannot count this lead team out. And I remember my former colleague, Jonathan Husky, who's now doing sports at KOTV in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And Jonathan was the one who would always say, I don't care if they were 17 down at that point. He said, well, I don't know. I think they could find a way if they suddenly hit 3 threes in a row. That's what you have to look at here, though, is this Lee team can lull you to sleep, and then suddenly they're back in it, even though they were down 20 at one point. All right, Union has to hurry. Down to 7. Baker may be the one that has to get this to go, and a foul. And so Baker's going to go to the line, or is that, yeah, that's the 15th foul. So Baker goes to the line for 2. And I'm sure that is not exactly what Marty wanted to happen at that point. And Ashton is an excellent free throw shooter. Got it. Ashton now with 13 in the game. That was her first trip to the free throw line all night. And off the back of the iron that was unkind. So it's down. It's still a 3-possession lead. And Lee's going to have to play with urgency. And this lady has been playing that way. Tipped away. And give it back to Lee. It was last off the wrist of Lucas. 1 minute to go. In all of my 27 years of calling Union basketball, I can tell you I've been through many like this. And if they could pull a 3 up right here, it would be a huge one for Lee. Cut the lead to 5. Here's Schubert, and they kick it out for the 3. No, off the back of the iron. Rebound coming off to Dillard, and she is fouled. Charge that to Smith, and that is her 4th personal. And that was big because if that 3 had fallen, it would have been a 5-point game. And there's still 40 seconds remaining, but one thing that is different about playing in quarters is that you don't have the 1-and-1 anymore. You still have it in men's basketball, but no more 1-and-1. So this is a 2-shot opportunity for Bethany Dillard. This has been her finest outing of the season with 15 points. She hit 3 threes early on in the game. And we'll watch this one right along with you. Got it. Almost effortless. For you old-timers, that was almost the equivalent of watching Perry Como sing a song. Got them both. 17 points and a 10-point lead with 40 seconds remaining. Let's see if they try to go inside or if have Schubert to go for another bomb. They're going inside, and Union's basically going to let them have it. Marty takes timeout with a half-minute remaining at 75-67. And I cannot say enough of the way that Schubert and Hughes have played in the second half, and particularly the way that Haley Schubert has played, and the way that her game just turned completely around. She averages 16 a game, and so you expect her to be right at the top of everything, but playing with 4 fouls for most of this fourth quarter and being able to stay out of foul trouble, 7 out of 15 from the floor, and 18 points and 5 rebounds, 4 assists. You just cannot, under any circumstances, slight the game that she has played in bringing this Lee team back to within 8 points. And I guarantee you, Marty's telling them in the huddle, look, it's not over. You get a steal here, we still got a chance in this thing. And Union will play it underneath its own basket. Marty is spreading out the defenders. They thought about going for the home run pass, but they stayed away from that. Now, Baker's got to get it across midcourt. She was fouled. And Marty had in some people to try to just commit the foul and keep some of his players that he wants to save for offense from having another chalk mark on that. And so here we go. It's Ashton Baker once again. Woo, did she get a friendly roll? I think she would be the first to tell you. All right, here's the flash with the second of 2. Yes. That pretty well puts it on ice, 77-67. But you cannot take anything away from this Lee University team as Jalencia Williams checks out of the game. And Schubert, again, trying to take it all the way, and they let her go with that one. She's got 20. Outstanding night, and particularly second half for Haley Schubert, 77-69. So the Lady Bulldogs, barring the biggest miracle that has ever happened probably for a Lee University team, the Lady Bulldogs are going to go to 5-2 on the season. And Lee with its first loss of the campaign at 7-1, and it is the first Gulf South Conference game. But I got news for you. These two teams will meet in the second half of the season down in Cleveland, and I know Marty had them ready tonight. It's just in the first half, Union was shooting such lights out. It was almost impossible for Lee to be able to play a strong game. Made 11 turnovers in the first half, which was so inconsequential and uncharacteristic for this Lee team. So it was a different game that they played tonight. And a lot of that was the strong defense that the Lady Bulldogs, there were, in the first half alone, they held Lee to 13 one-shot possessions. And you got to count those as the equivalent of turnovers, because if you're not nailing those kinds of shots, game over. So Sadie Nee will toss it in, and we'll see if Marty tries to go for an immediate foul if he doesn't get a steal. This Lee team is going to be trouble for so many people for the rest of this season. They'll go down and play Christian Brothers on Saturday in Memphis. All right, here we go. Sadie almost didn't get that one in, and the foul. So that is going to send Thompson to the free throw line. Samaria has hit her only 2 that she had of the evening. And that only took 1 second off the clock. But if she hits both of these and gets it back to a 4-possession game, it's almost, you can never say mathematically impossible, but logically impossible. Got him. I mean, and Union has been lights out at the free throw line tonight, 75%. That's up from their total for the season of 69%. Hit them both. So we're down under 15 seconds. Here's Schubert again, and she's going to try to pop it down. Had a little bump with Thompson, and the rebound comes off to Lucas, and that's going to do it. Lady Bulldogs up 20 in the first half and win it 79-69 to open the Gulf South Conference race, but not without a real struggle in the second half. And once again, Haley Schubert was a dynamo for Lee in that second half, ending up with 20 points in the game, 8 of 17 from the floor. Let's look at your scoring for tonight. For Union, well, I'll run down Lee first. Schubert with 20 and 15 each for Hallie Hughes and for Haley Garrett. They combined together for 50 of the 69 points of Lee. For Union, you had 7 different Lady Bulldogs to score, 4 of them in double figures. 17 for Bethany Dillard, including 5 3-pointers. She really got that team and their tempo off to a huge start in the first half as she nailed 3 3-pointers. She was 5 of 9 from behind the arc. You'll take that anytime. Added a couple of free throws. And so with 17 points, she was the game's leader for Union. 15 points each for Ashton the Flash Baker and 15 for Jalencia Williams. 14 for Shanique Lucas. And rebounding, Lucas the leader with 7, Baker with 6, and over on the other side, Hughes, the big leader in rebounding for the game tonight, with 10. But it was a dominant first half for Union, getting up 41-21, 43-26 was the halftime score, and then Lee began to, as you knew the Flames would, made that slow rally. Probably just too much required to come up from 17 points down in the first half. And it was a real tough sled, and at one point they got it down to 7, and it looked as though this thing was going to really get down to a real slobber knocker at the end, but it finally wound up with the Lady Bulldogs winning it 79-69. Our player of the game is going to be Bethany Dillard. She had her finest outing of the season. She starts and then often comes out of the game after about the first 3 minutes. But tonight, she made the most of her time. She played 28 minutes in this game tonight, and her 17 points and had 4 rebounds to that and 1 steal. And without question, we give our player of the game honors to Bethany Dillard. So, Lady Bulldogs won it 79-69 to start the Gulf South Conference race, but we got the men coming up in about 26 minutes from right now. And so, we're going to get a big preview from a young man who you haven't had a chance to meet up close and personal. But Hunter Vick visited with us, and he is our featured player of the game between games tonight. And so here we go with Hunter Vick right before we have our men's game between Union and Lee.
Well, here at halftime, we are trying to bring you, I think, really some good up-close and personal insights into the Lady Bulldogs and Bulldogs. And we opened up with a featured player of the week this past Monday night when we talked to Shanique Lucas. Of course, we've also talked to Ashton Baker. Now we're getting into the Bulldogs. And I have a young man who has sort of a family affair for him and his brother and his sister at Union, because they're all athletes at Union University. Hunter Vick joins us tonight here. Hunter, good to have you here.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Well, I want to get into the family situation before we talk anything serious basketball. Now, when I had during volleyball season, I'm getting my sports turned around now. During volleyball season, when I had your sister Jordan on with me, and I posed this question to her, I said, you being the only girl with 2 other guys in the family, who got picked on the most? So I'm going to give you equal time and let you try to have your own perspective on this. Who got picked on the most in the Vick family?
Who got picked on the most? Man, I would say as we got older, it kind of had a trickle-down effect. I used to try to talk smack to my dad growing up and trying to play him one-on-one. And he's a 6'6", much larger man than I was growing up. And so I took some beatings one-on-one from him. Never beat him in high school, but granted, he stopped playing me my sophomore year. And then I don't know that Jordan really got picked on as much. And so stemming from my dad to me, and then I would say Garrett probably got the brunt of all the picking on. Going through my dad, playing him, and then also having to play me growing up. So I got to go with Garrett on that one.
Garrett's the younger brother, for those of you who are just keeping score with all of this. And Jordan, I will tell you, was just one outstanding Lady Bulldog on the volleyball court. And, of course, they won 20 games this year, and she was a huge part of that. And I got in talking to Jordan, I got a little insight into the Vick family and about how athletics has been such a huge part of it. That's one thing I want you to tell your own story about this. How did you get motivated to play basketball at a level that is as competitive as this? Because there's a lot of high school athletes that never make it into college as basketball players. How did you get motivated to work at it at a level that you are now a college athlete in this sport?
Mm-hmm. I've been in the gym. My dad's coached volleyball ever since I was born. So I've been in a gym all my life, and always had a basketball in my hand. And really, I think it was learned. The hard work that it takes to get to this level, I think it was learned. I got to watch my dad grow companies, grow businesses, and spent many late nights, late hours in a machine shop and coaching the high school volleyball. So I kind of learned what it takes to excel at whatever you're doing. And I put in a lot of hard work in high school and really fell in love with the game. And I had, several coaches mentor me and just help me along the way, because there's no way I could have got here by myself. But I would just say it was learned, and over the years from just watching my dad, and so I would go with that.
What led you to come to Union University? Because if you're a college athlete and you suddenly get you got a variety of offers from different schools, and you have to make that decision based on what's best for you. What was it about Union that led you to come here?
Well, I started off at Tennessee Tech. Steve Payne was the head coach there. He recruited me. And after 2 years, he ended up getting let go, got a new coach there, and just wasn't enjoying things over the summer. I wasn't looking forward to going back, and ultimately decided to enter the transfer portal. And I had already had that relationship with Coach Niven out of high school, where Camden's an hour away, and he recruited me heavily. He had me on a visit coming out of high school. He did offer me. And so there was already that relationship there with him. And then I entered the transfer portal. I get in contact with Coach Niven very quickly, and I knew that day that that's what I wanted to do. And I told him, I said, "Hey, Coach, I don't want to go anywhere else. I'm not going to entertain anything else. My sister goes there. It's an hour from home. I already know you really well. And so let's make this happen."
And indeed, we are glad you did, because based on your performances, it's been outstanding to watch you on the court. And now, how much did you have to influence Garrett to make the decision to come here?
Thanks, Garrett. I think me and Jordan had a lot to do with that. I think he wanted to come to Union, whether he played or not. And he just wanted to be here with me and Jordan to go through college together. And it's awesome being able to do that. But I do think I influenced that a little bit. Being in the coach's ears, hey, I think he looked pretty good in that trial. What do you think? So I think I'm sure I influenced that a little bit.
Well, the persuasion of big brothers, it has its way of taking an impact and having an effect. Tell us a little bit about your journey with this, as far as when you were in high school, and what were the key points in the game that you enjoyed the most when you were in high school before you went to Tennessee Tech and then on to Union?
You're asking what game I enjoyed?
Yeah, what part of basketball did you enjoy the most?
What part of basketball? Probably just the friendships and relationships I've made through basketball. In high school, I played at Camden and also played on an AAU travel team. And those are just memories with, teammates and friends that I'm going to cherish and remember the rest of my life. So I think it's all about relationships. And I'm really realizing that more and more the older I get. And so just really cherishing those moments with friends and teammates, I would say are the moments I enjoyed most.
Now, you mentioned about being part of an AAU travel team, and that takes a lot of commitment because you are traveling to a lot of different locations and you're playing others who the competition level is just as good as you, and you're finding it's tougher and tougher. What was that experience like being part of an AAU travel team?
Well, in high school, I was, my freshman year, I was probably 5'10", weighing 125 pounds. And I'm going against guys that are they seem massive to me. So it was really growing. I went through some growing pains there, getting beat up physically on the court. So I learned a lot with AAU. I got in the weight room and probably put on 10 pounds each year as I went through high school. So that's probably that I was undersized in AAU, and that's something I had to fix. That's what I really learned through AAU.
Since coming to Union, what has the experience of this campus been like for you?
It's got a real personal feel to it. Everyone you talk to really wants to get to know you. Being at my old school, there was, the classrooms were bigger. You would see so many people walking around on campus, and it didn't have that personal feel to it. And Union is great at that. They really try to build relationships and get to know you. Everyone does.
And as a retired professor, I know that is one thing that we value as professors is the personal relationships that we build with our students. But let's look at what you're majoring in and what are your career goals after Union.
I'm majoring in business with a focus of finance, and I'm planning on getting my MBA next year. The plan right now is I'm kind of split between two things. I'm possibly going to look into playing professionally overseas when I'm done with Union. But if that doesn't pan out, my dad owns a couple businesses back home, and I want to go back and work in insurance with him. He owns an independent insurance agency back home. And so, if I don't pursue basketball after college, then that's the plan, to go back and work in insurance with him.
Hey, looks like a great plan A and plan B, regardless of what happens. And it's just got to be an absolute great feeling to know that you could work with your father and learn from him in that business. How much, let's just say that's what part of the plan develops. How much does that mean to you that you'd be able to work with your dad?
It means a lot. Like I said earlier, I grew up watching him build these businesses. And to be able to go back and be a part and grow that with him is just going to be a really neat experience that not many people get to do.
Hunter, if you will, walk us through particularly and I've asked this question of a lot of athletes, but in particular, Union's mission as a Christian university. What has that meant to you to be a part of that environment?
It's been a lot. The coaches, I'm going to focus mainly on coaches here. Coach Niven, he's, sat me down and is like, what is your purpose here? We actually had a team devotion today where that was the main question he asked us as we're looking into our season. And really it's just been outlined, this is why you're here. You're here to serve and glorify God, and just understanding that basketball is not number one in my life. That's not where my happiness comes from. Has been a big step for me, because whenever I was at Tech, my happiness came and went whenever I was having good games or the ball was going in, and really getting here and understanding that that's not where it comes from. It comes from God. So
now let's talk a little bit about on the court. And when we were seeing you in the first exhibition game this year, and your 3-point shot was just going like crazy, and you had 17 in the first half, everything was coming together. Let's talk about this on the court, and dealing with your teammates there. When you start getting in a hot streak and suddenly those shots are falling, is there something that you just have the feel of it that it's going to hit? And you're just having that hot night. How does that all happen?
Yeah, you definitely don't know it's going to happen, before the game starts. But, you see one or two go in and your confidence gets rolling. You start wanting the ball, and teammates start sensing that as well. And it's just a great feeling and your confidence goes up, and it's really neat being out there feeling that way. Now,
you guys played some pretty tough teams in the country, and you're 6-0 coming into the game tonight. You played some outstanding competition just to get ready for the conference race to start. How much do you feel like that toughens you up to go through this conference race?
I feel like it toughens us up a lot. Coach definitely set up as hard of a non-conference schedule as he could for us for that reason. And I don't think by no means any of us think we have arrived. I think we have a very mature team and realize that we still have a lot of work to do. Lee is a very good team and a really good program that we cannot overlook, and it's going to be a battle all night.
Let's talk about a couple of other personal things. Number one, what do you enjoy doing away from basketball and away from school? I'm going to take that part out of it too, because I know that there's no student who will tell me, "Oh, I love to take tests. I love to write papers." That's not going to be a number one on your calendar. Well, what do you enjoy best doing when you're away from the court?
I really enjoy spending time with friends and family, and then also I'm a big hunter as well. But
so there goes the name.
yeah. There goes the name. Being in college athletics really takes away from my ability to go hunt, because it's predominantly during the winter. But I really enjoy deer hunting. I got to deer hunt a couple times over Thanksgiving, and my favorite is probably duck hunting. I've grown up duck hunting in Camden. It's really known for duck hunting there, and going to Missouri with my dad and uncle a lot. So those are a few things I enjoy outside of basketball.
Well, I can tell that you're an avid sportsman all the way across the board. Let's wind this up again. You talked about family, and I asked Jordan about this, and she gave us a wonderful answer. How much has family meant to you as far as their support and influence that they gave you going through your growing up years, and that they still do today with you now as a college athlete?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their support is just unmatched. I wouldn't be here, if they didn't support me the way they did. They really sacrificed things that they enjoyed and things that they were into to give me opportunities with AAU basketball, going to Nike camps. I mean, they sacrificed so much to give me the opportunity to play basketball, the game I love. And so I really appreciate all the things that they've done for me there. Well,
it sounds like they raised you right. I know they raised Jordan right. I hadn't had a chance to talk to Garrett, but I know just it's been delightful to get to meet all of you so far this season, and to have a chance to let our viewers have a chance to see all of you up close and personal. So we want to wish you the best of luck and success in the rest of your college career, not just on the court, but in the classroom at Union. and also in tonight's game. As I know a lot of fans will be saying, let's go out there and take care of Lee.
Yes, sir. I really appreciate you having me on here. I really enjoyed talking to you as well.
Hunter Vick, one of the outstanding members of the Union Bulldogs, and you're going to be seeing him out on the court very, very shortly as the Bulldogs will be taking on Lee University in the very first Gulf South Conference game of the season. It's going to be a grueling stretch of 22 conference games, and so this is going to start off all of the seriousness. And so we're going to be hitting the court and tipping it off in just a few minutes, right after you see these important messages for you.
The Union Edge program is a post-secondary education program set up for students with intellectual disabilities.
Hannah was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome about 10 years ago. She had already been diagnosed with ADHD.
Each of our students has 5 mentors on campus. And these 5 mentors play different roles. Friend/confidant/mobility guide. They are the people who are walking the steps with them.
With the group of mentors and the way the EDGE program is designed, it is an atmosphere that has helped Hannah thrive. She never liked school. Taking her to school every day, I hate school. She loves school. She loves Union.
The students are able to come on campus, live on campus. They get to be a part of college life. They get to see what other students see and experience it.
I've had the privilege of having Seth Ratliff as a student in my personal financial management class. And Seth is just such a joy. His family shared with me that he has always wanted to attend college. This program has just been such a blessing for their family to enable Seth to be able to accomplish a lifelong dream.
As a professor of athletic training, which of course is a lot of hands-on clinical experience type stuff, the student, which is Ethan, is actually in my class. He's in my taping and bracing class. He's done exceptional. It's been wonderful to watch. Ethan's been so much more than just a student. He's been around my kids and my family.
People genuinely care and love for these students.
It's really a very safe community for a student with an intellectual disability to live in.
My favorite thing is going to college and just enjoying life.
I like living on campus with friends.
I've learned how to count money, how to make friends, how to be more mature, how to look towards the future.
And let's take a look at your starting lineups for the Union Bulldogs and the Lee Flames. Starting off with the Flames. They're going to be opening with Quay Kennedy. He's from Columbia, Tennessee. 6'7" senior, averaging 10 a game and 5 rebounds. Beyond Hendricks. And he's a local guy from right there in Cleveland, Tennessee. A 6'4" junior, runs at both guard and forward. He's averaging 11 a game and 4 rebounds. Jace Willingham, he's really their overall go-to player, 6'5", redshirt junior from Jasper, Alabama. He's averaging 14 a game and 6 rebounds. Josh Lowe is a 6'8" senior from New Zealand. And Michael McGuirk, he's from White Plains, Alabama, a redshirt senior, 6'5", and he is averaging 13 points and 5 rebounds on the season so far as Lee comes in tonight, headed by Coach Bubba Smith. All right, let's take a look at your Union Bulldogs. J.C. Hawkins, the 6'6" graduate student from Independence, Kentucky. He goes 6'6". Tyree Boykin, who has just been all over everything in the last few games in this undefeated string of Union at 6-0. He goes 6 foot, and he is a senior from Clarksville, averaging 17.2 a game. Jeremiah Littlepage, the 6'7 sophomore from Birmingham. Ty Parks, he's averaging 12 a game and the leading rebounder at 7 a game along with Hunter Vick. He is a 6'4 senior from Pocahontas, Tennessee. And then Bo Gidgel, you don't pronounce the N, and trust me when I tell you, it's Gidgel. It's like Giddgell. Bo Gidgel. And he is from L.A., 6'8" junior, and he's averaging 10 a game and 5 rebounds. And that's your starting lineups for tonight. And let me give you a couple of quick notes that just want to remind everyone. We're live tonight on the Union Digital Network on uuathletics.com. However, the game will be in its entirety. In fact, both Union, in fact, if you're watching us on Sunday afternoon, this Union-Lee doubleheader will be followed immediately by Union against Shorter. You got about 8.5 hours of Union basketball on this Sunday, and that's because E-Plus TV6 has been carrying the TSSAA State High School Football Championships, also known as the Blue Cross Bowl. They've been carrying them Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, so we're on tape delay on E-Plus TV6. However, for those of you watching us on uuathletics.com, and if you have to step away and want to see the game in full, it will be available on YouTube at Worthy Road Studios, which is our production company. It will be on YouTube on Worthy Road Studios, and that will be tonight after it's all over with. Probably close to 11 o'clock or midnight, but check us out because the game will be there and you can start and stop it and watch it in any way that you'd possibly want to do that. Bulldogs have been off to an incredible start, 6-0, and they're ranked number 18 in the nation in one of the 2 national polls. And it has been everything that Dave Niven felt like he would have, and he's been playing a very tough schedule with maybe the exception of a couple of games before the start of this conference race tonight against Lee. Lee has taken it on the chin in a few of them here in the early going, but this is a team that is very, very capable of coming onto this floor and pulling the upset against the undefeated Bulldogs because they play together as a team very well. They are averaging 77 points a game, Union at 82. The big factor is the Bulldogs have been holding their opponents to 61 points a game. The Flames have been giving up 78 a game. So that is one of the big, big challenges that they have is to defensively try to shut down this Union offense tonight. And another big thing is points off turnovers. The Bulldogs have been averaging getting 16 points a game off their opponent's mistakes. And I know they're going to be trying to do everything possible to disrupt Lee's game tonight. Well, you're hearing the buzzer go, and we're only about 50 seconds away from the start of this one. In case you just joined us, Lady Bulldogs got out to a 20-point lead in the first half and managed to hang on. It was a tremendous attempt by Lee to come back in the second half, and at one time they closed it to within 7. But the Lady Bulldogs knocked off Lee 79-69. It was the first loss of the season for the Lady Flames. And Union is now 5-2, but the important thing, that was your opener for the Gulf South Conference race. And so Lady Bulldogs, I know, are very, very happy to get that one under their belt. But trust me, Lee's Lady Flames are going to make life miserable for people in the Gulf South Conference, and it may start as early as Saturday against Christian Brothers. We're about to go down to the court to introduce the starting lineups, and so let's hear all of it tonight as Dan Griffin will be introducing the starters. should be an interesting collision here at midcourt to open this one, as the Bulldogs are looking to extend that winning streak to 7 in a row. And there you see some of the, oh my goodness, they're on TV, and they want their agent to negotiate a fee for being on camera here tonight. There you go. We just thought we'd give them an opportunity to be seen, and yeah, we actually are getting some students into the place here. I guess maybe they've given up on studying for any kind of finals now on Thursday night. If they don't know it now, it's not going to help them. It'll be the kind of thing that a professor will say to them. They'll give them the final and say, well, we had 3 questions left, but you would have missed them anyway. I can say that. I'm a former professor, but I wanted my students to do well, as I know most professors do. Here we go, the tip, and let the games begin, and it goes over to the guys in maroon, Lee. And let's see how Coach Smith starts this one off tonight. This team is very, very intense and sliding all the way out of bounds, and he had a free ticket for a layup. So Union will toss it in, and Tyree Boykin, the senior, sets up the offense. And we do have more and more folks trickling in here to Fred DeLay Gymnasium. The turnaround, in and out. That was a lid on that one for Boykin. No way that one should have dropped out. The Flames really have every intention of coming in here and knocking off Union in the conference opener. They've got to cut down on mistakes. The 3 is there. A biggie to open this one up for McGuire. Mekhi McGuire. So Lee takes first blood. In the women's game, Union just got out to a huge first-half advantage, and the hook is there. Terrific job of navigating the inside on that one, and Gidgel brings Union to within 1. Union will play mostly man-to-man defense, and that one just, you can't lay it up that high and expect it to drop. And on the drive in, the foul is going to be called on Quay Kennedy. Not a shooting foul, so they'll play it underneath. What we've seen so far in this season from the Bulldogs has been, they seem to be very relaxed out on the floor. They're playing together as a team well, seemingly know where each other is at all times, and that turnaround hook is there. Sky hook for Gidgel, and he's put Union into its first lead. Chance of defense coming from the Bulldog bench. And they tried, and they almost are double teaming left-hander, and he was robbed. Lowe had one right in the bucket, and it was just absolutely iron unkind. Fall-away jumper, not there. Just not really a good look at it. He had a big hand in his face. And here comes Kennedy. May take it himself all the way. Reverse layup doesn't go. Well, we're seeing speed in this one to open up, and that one was just an ill-advised pass over at the opposite end to Gidgel. He might have grabbed that one, and he might have ended up going into the rack of chairs over on the other side. Hendricks will toss it in. And let's see how Coach Smith plays this one. And they're going to work it around the perimeter. They're trying to navigate the inside if they can. But it's going to be a big challenge against the Bulldog front. Turnaround is not there, again off the back of the iron. And here you go. Vick. We had such a good time visiting with Hunter Vick in between games. What a really, really nice young man. And, of course, his brother Garrett is on the team, and his sister Jordan, one of the outstanding volleyball players in the entire Gulf South Conference. And Union trying to get a quick one, and it's going to be a scrum. It doesn't matter. It's going to be, well, they called a foul right before the 30-second horn went off. And you can see Willingham cannot believe it. So give Union the ball with another 20 as Cowboy Curling manages to come in and with that curling mop.
He changed his hat.
He had
a black hat in the girls' game.
He had, you know what? My director, Paul Schultz, he's telling me he had a black hat on in the girls' game, and now he's changed to the white hat. I guess maybe people didn't want him to be an enemy. So here we go. I think we're finally ready to sort all of this out. So Union has it underneath with another 20 seconds. Very fortunate to have it, too. This is Little Page. They thought about cutting it into Little Page instead for the three, and again, iron unkind. So give it back to Lee. It's been sort of an uneven start to this first half between the Bulldogs and the Flames. Once again, a big hello to all the parents and grandparents of all of these young fellas out here on the floor from both teams, and we are just delighted to have you because I know it's hard to get long distance for a lot of these games that your loved ones are playing in, and we're glad we can bring this to you on streaming. And tipped away, and so it is Union ball. That is the second turnover for the Flames. And that one I believe that one almost went underneath the bleachers. Give that fella in the stands a little camera time. He liked that. We're going to be hearing from Dave Niven again at halftime, and he's going to be telling us some of the various intricacies of the game, and we're going to be doing that all season long to be able to have a chance to have him tell us some things that maybe you don't understand. And underneath, nice ball away for Ty Parks. Bulldogs up 6-3 after giving up the first basket behind the arc to Lee. Trying to get in the paint, but Union is clogging it up. Nicely navigated and extension of the arms is Willingham to make that happen. A 6-5 Union lead. Gulf South Conference opener for both of these teams. Underneath it goes, and Willingham was really bothered and double teamed underneath, and so that was knocked away. Give and go, and Willingham, that's one of their bread and butter plays, and he goes in with a left-hand layup. That was Lowe instead of Willingham. Lowe just nailed that one. And almost too hard for Gidgel to pick up. This is a man of about 150 fakes, Ty Parks. But boy, he makes things happen on the floor. And it's an 8-7 Bulldog lead. We're having a bit of a seesaw game here, and getting set to check in is Noah Bowler from Decatur, Alabama for the Flames, and Union retrieves it. Now watch how they will keep it around the perimeter, but still trying to get an insider if they can, and that's exactly what they did with the reverse layup by Hunter Vick. Hunter just has an ability to sneak up behind the defenders and come up with a play like that. It was interesting to hear him talk about how he looks forward to either playing professional ball overseas or the potential of going into business with his father. And right now we're going to go into some business for you because the score is Union 10 and Lee 7.
A Christian college or starting the college search process, I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Dave Niven reviewing things after the first media timeout with Union on top 10-7. Bulldogs, based on their pre-conference schedule, would come in the favorite in this one, but as Dave told us, he said that when you start getting into this conference race, and there can be a myriad of things that can change the outcome of contest, and one of the key things that he's been having to deal with, as he told us at halftime of the women's game, is the fact that he has had a flu, an internal flu epidemic that went through this team last week. There was one day earlier in the week, as some of these guys are still recovering, one day earlier in the week that he only had 3 available players in practice. That just shows you how, particularly if you're an athlete and you're playing on a team like this, which is a lot of contact, it can spread very, very quickly. And last year, a lot of these guys were rotating, sitting out in quarantine, particularly during the fall of the year because of COVID. And the turnaround there, nicely navigated by Willingham. Jace with 4, and it's 10-9. You can see Coach Smith is down on his knees right in front of the team in the lower left-hand corner of your picture. And trying to slam that thing home and just losing control of it was Justin DeBuck. So Lee trying to reclaim the lead. And going down, man, they have just hit the floor more than you can imagine. And Hunter Vick with a steal. And that wasn't a slick place on the floor. He just simply lost his balance. And underneath, Vick didn't go for the reverse layup that time. They kicked it outside for a 3 that was well short. But the offensive board and the layup is there for Parks. That's what Tyree Parks can do. He is always looking to follow his own shot. You hear those chants of defense coming up. Big bomb 3 is there for Kennedy. So we're tied. Kennedy has a long range. This Lee team is only a 29% shooting team from behind the arc. Union 41% on the season thus far. But it doesn't matter if you're shooting under 30. You take them any way you can get them. Down to 7, and they are playing intense defense and force the turnover. And that is the 4th turnover early for the Bulldogs. Lee has given it up 3 times. And on the drive in, the foul is called on DeBuck. And we have another media timeout. And so we are dead even at 12. And when we come back, we'll see if we can break it.
Be an employee equipped for advancement. Be a role model to your kids, your coworkers, your friends. Be a dreamer, an example, a finisher. Be a success story and a college graduate with an associate or bachelor's degree for adult students from Union University. At Union University, be transformed.
We're all even up at 12 here at David Blackstock Court. Now, remind everybody that is watching us live, we will be back here Saturday afternoon with a doubleheader against Shorter. That's just across the border from Lee University over in Rome, Georgia. And they'll be coming in here to take on the Bulldogs and Lady Bulldogs. Tip-off time, 2 o'clock and there you go. These young ladies who some of them told me that Mom did give them a little extra change when they went home for Thanksgiving. But we are tipping off at 2 o'clock with the women's game, and there he is, Cowboy Curling, right there. The official mopper of Union University. Instead of the big bopper, he's the big mopper. There is the mop. 4 o'clock will be the men's tip-off on Saturday against Shorter. And for those of you who will be watching us on uuathletics.com, we'll be here at 1:45. Almost knocked away again, and so Union will play it right in front of the scorer's table, in front of Bill Nettles, who is the shot clock operator. There's a lot of years of service to athletics at Union University that is at that scorer's table. Here you go with DeBuck. Again, trying to find an opening and can't get it to fall. There was no possible way that you were going to get Jordovich to be able to get in there between those defenders and nail that one. And here they go underneath. Nice fake, good delay, and a perfect layup for McGuire. And Mackay has picked up 5 in the game. And a whistle away from the ball. And that is only the third team foul called on Lee in the contest. And frankly, we've only had 4 called in the entire game, and we're almost halfway through the first 20 minutes. And Coach Smith is instructing Smith right in front of him. Smith and Smith together. That's P.J. Smith from Laverne, Tennessee, wearing number 13. He was open. They thought he was going to dish that one off, and he had a good look at it, but Gidgel could not get the 3 to fall. He has to have a long-range shot. Fallaway is not there, and once again, Bulldogs back on the attack. They kick it around the perimeter once again. Big 3, yes! J.C. Clossy finally connects from behind the arc, and that's Union's first three-pointer of the game to retake the lead at 15-14. This Lee team from the floor is shooting 47% for the season. Union 49%. And the foul underneath. And that one is going to be charged to J.C. Clossy. So you got a couple of subs coming back in. You've got Hendricks checking back in, as well as Willingham. Trying to go into the paint. The stop and pop is not there, and Lee gets that offensive tip. Lowe is a good utility man, doing about everything you could possibly ask from someone, and that one was one that just looked like the circus, and it goes right back into Lee's hands. Couldn't juggle it properly. For the bomb. Nope. Rebound coming off to Gidgel. And Union's going to slow the tempo once again. Dave Niven said this team was going to give Union a fight tonight, and there was no reason to believe otherwise. Nice fake, and that one was off the mark, just completely not able to get that floater in, did Gidgel, but Union's going to get it back. And they help him up. He went to the deck hard. Dave has been rotating his lineup in and out, and he's already played 8 players so far in the game. Here goes Boykin. Fall away is short. And this has not been, shall we say, you haven't had a team that has gotten a long run, but there's you a bomb. How about that one for McGuire? He has 8 to lead everybody in the game. Union is a team that does not panic, and they've shown that when they've been challenged, and turnover Bulldogs. Offensive foul. away from the ball. They'll get Littlepage back in there. So Lee has been forcing some mistakes on the Bulldogs. That is the 5th turnover that Union has made. For the season, Lee's opponents have averaged 15 turnovers a game. Union, as a team, has only coughed it up 11 times per game. And there you go, another drive right down the middle for Hendricks, and that's his first basket. Once again, Gidgel decides to go for the 3, and he's just off tonight. He's not really connecting well, but they go for another one from the corner, and you got your answer shot. So Boykin with his first points of the game. And it has been a seesaw game so far, but Lee with the edge by 1. Underneath, they led him too far, and Willingham couldn't get it, but he gets the turnaround. He backed off from his defender and got that curl hook. 21-18, Lee on top. Union trying to keep its undefeated string intact. And the bank. Gidgel. That was just sheer will and determination. Very evenly matched so far between these two. Each team shooting 47%. That was out of the range of McGuire. And we have a media timeout. And so while they do that on the floor, we'll take a timeout for you.
Be creative, innovative, passionate. Be excellent, inspiring, driven. Be faithful, disciplined, prepared. At Union University, you will thrive in a Christ-centered community and be equipped for success in your life and career. Begin your journey today. At Union University, be transformed.
As the Lady Bulldogs try to generate some enthusiasm in the place, let's run down your scoring. Over for Lee, the game's leader for everyone, is Mekhi McGuire with 8. 6 for Jace Willingham. And then for Union, you got a couple of folks with 6, and that's Ty Parks and Bo Gidgel. And so nobody has really had an explosive first half, and Lee on top 21-20. So far, as I'm going to look down my register as we join you up here, Union shooting 50%, Lee 47%, so they're pretty well even on that. But Union has had a rougher time behind the arc at 2 out of 6 for 33%. Union with the edge in rebounding, 11-8. And we're about set to pick it back up with 7:05 to go. Steve Beverly with all of your play-by-play, and it's been fun so far in this first month of the season, and now as we start December, this is where it all counts for real in the Gulf South Conference. Boykin setting the play. I just like the way Boykin is very, very much under control, but that one got away from Clossy. Some indecision and miscommunication as to who was going to cut. But what I like about Boykin, he's settling everybody back down as he comes back down the floor. He's a real floor leader. Underneath. And the turnaround. The bank is there, and he knew it. Willingham, a terrific job. You talk about will and determination. He had it there. And Willingham with 8, and he could become the game leader if he completes the three-point play. And that is the 4th team foul on the Bulldogs. Nobody is in the bonus. In and out. And that back of that iron has been unfriendly tonight to a lot of folks at the free throw line. Women's game as well as this one. And taking his time is Clossy. Now here's Boykin. Now he can take it right down that lane and stop and fall away, and it's short. And tell you, Littlepage, woo! He's okay, but man, did he crash into those chairs. You know, it's one thing if it's professional wrestling and somebody's using a chair on you, but sometimes you never know where your momentum is going to take you. And I'm sure there were a lot of breaths being held when Jeremiah went in there, but he's okay. And you can see he's there on defense, and they're going to throw it away. So we're down to 6 minutes in this first half. As I say, at times it's been somewhat of an uneven first half because you've had no team that's been able to have a breakaway lead. There hasn't been any real transition baskets. Been very much of a patterned offense for both teams, and the three is there for Clossy. And that's his second one, so he's got 6 to join Parks and Gidgel with a half dozen each. Back tied at 23. Fall away. Hook goes through. Lowe timed his jump perfectly as he released the ball. Tell you what, I like the way this Lee team is playing. They're doing it with a lot of confidence. They're shooting 52% from the floor, which is higher than their season average. And their 43% from behind the arc is also well higher than their 29% in their season average. And Littlepage is all hemmed up. The jumper is there. So Hunter Vick with his fourth. And once again, we're tied at 25. It's about as even as you could imagine. And underneath, on the drive, and frustrated with himself at not being able to navigate the basket in, is McGuire, but he's going to go to the line for 2. 15 foul on the Bulldogs, and Lee's committed 3, and we're under 5 minutes to go. Mark Campbell's Bulldogs tonight had to withstand several attempts at a comeback from Lee after getting up 20 in the first half, and they closed it to within 7 late in the game, but Union prevailed 79-69 in the Women's Gulf South Conference opener for both of those two teams. Lee goes down to play Christian Brothers on Saturday, and coming in here will be Shorter, which is at Christian Brothers tonight. They get 1 out of 2. So McGuire with 9, and he is still the game leader. And on the drive, a foul is called, and Littlepage. And let's see if they're going to call that in the act of shooting. Foul is charged to Lowe. That is his first. Yeah, not in the act of shooting, so it's going to be underneath for DeBuck to toss in. As Dave Niven has told us, this team has many as 10 players that he feels like he could go with at any given time. That was a little bit dangerous dish off by Boykin. They're going to have to hurry now with 5. Instead, he pumps it up himself and back off the iron. And Lee has, it looks like they were sharing the cake at a wedding. We get close to the 4-minute mark at which we will have our final media timeout of the first half. And Union double teaming. Long 3 is off the mark for Hendricks. Bulldogs trying to retake the lead as we are under 4. Dangerous bounce pass, and Littlepage thought about it. I don't know how they got that one through those defenders. The fall-away blocked. Nicely blocked. Vic thought he had an opening, and they just reached a hand in there and spirited it away. And Lee again trying to see if they can get a back door. Big 3, no Plinko drop. Rebound coming off to Parks. As we get close to 3 minutes remaining. Vic trying to shove off his defender. There you go. Driving in for the layup and the foul. So Parks goes in for 2. And that foul is charged to Willingham. That is his first. And it's going to be a 2-shot foul after we come back from this media timeout with Lee leading Union 26-25.
Be creative, innovative, passionate. Be excellent, inspiring, driven. Be faithful, disciplined, prepared. At Union University, you will thrive in a Christ-centered community and be equipped for success in your life and career. Begin your journey today. At Union University, be transformed.
I don't know that you would call this the Word Up Waltz, but that song that the Bulldog cheerleaders do this routine to is called Word Up. And for the life of me, I still haven't figured out what that means, Word Up. I've wondered if they would at some point follow it up with a sequel, or somebody would create an answer song called Word Down. Maybe one of you at home could write one like that, and it would give them another opportunity to do a routine here. I just think of things like that from time to time. It was Mackenzie Norman, a former Union cheerleader, who told me the name of that song, and I said, do you realize that if I were on Name That Tune, I would lose if I was hearing that? She didn't even know what Name That Tune was. Here we go. Ty Parks at the free throw line for a couple. Trying to give Union the lead back. Ty with 6. And this is Union's first trip to the line tonight. He gets it. That's interesting that the Bulldogs have gone 27 minutes and have not been able to shoot from the line. Ty also leads the game with 6 rebounds and misses the second. Union the edge in rebounding, 14-11, but it hasn't really bothered Lee so far tonight. And driving and sliding, but he got away with it. I can tell you there have been times in years past where that used to be called automatic traveling if you slid on the floor. Turnaround bank shot is there. Beautiful. He just navigated and timed his jump perfectly, did Bowler. And let's see how Dave Niven plays it. Going right between the defenders and had it blocked. Perfect timing on the block and a foul from behind. And the foul is charged to Gidgel. So checking back in is going to be Littlepage. And this Lee team has definitely played with no fear of the undefeated Union Bulldogs that in one of the 2 national polls has made it into the top 20. As we say, Lee has struggled somewhat in the November period of its schedule and trying to get the conference race out to the kind of start that they had hoped for to start with. And that one was just, he probably should have gone straight up with a layup rather than trying to reverse it. Good opportunity for Kennedy, but it just gave the defenders enough time to catch up with him. We're under 2. You see Coach Smith directing his defense. Down to 8 on the shot clock. Something's got to happen here. For the 3, Gidgel. Air ball. He's just been a little off on his game tonight, particularly from outside. Big bomb. Nope. Off to the right. Bulldogs back on the attack as we get close to the 1-minute mark. Now you look at how Boykin is very, very calm over there trying to wait for the open player. Now back to 7 on the shot clock. Gidgel's going to try to take it himself and navigates that home. He just was not going to be denied working one-on-one. And we're tied again at 28. And timeout is called. And so we will, with the score tied at 28-28, we'll give you a break. to be able to see a message of interest.
If you're a Christian college or are starting the college search process, I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Well, we have ourselves an even contest with Union and Lee tied up at 28, and you figured even though the Bulldogs were undefeated, this is the conference opener, and both teams are going to be very, very well focused for this. And so it's no surprise that this first half has been played in this fashion with 47 seconds remaining. The big key that you look at, okay, what kind of adjustments will each of these coaches make in the locker room? And I talked to Dave Niven about adjustments, and that's one of the things he's going to address in our mid-game interview with him that'll be coming up just as soon as this first half is over. And let's see how they play it. Fall-away jumper for the three is not there, and let's see, that's going to be a reaching-in foul. Charge that one to Smith. PJ commits. That's his second. So Union will have a chance potentially for the final shot of the half. And I think Dave will probably, unless somebody gets a wide open look early, he'll probably try to skate out the game time as much as possible. DeBuck back in to try to gather it. And he's going to shave as much as he can off of this clock that is down to 11 on the shot clock. All right, now they got to get serious, and threw it away. Miscommunication, and for Union, that is turnover number 7, and you don't like to fritter something like that away and give your opponent a chance at the final basket. And here they come. Lee with a chance to go to the locker room with the lead. And on the drive, the floater does not fall, and the tip does not. No, I think it's going to be too late. Or did they? Yeah, they gave it to him. And I don't think Dave Niven thought that was the case at all. I mean, he was not happy with the defense of his team, but they gave him that one on that third opportunity at the basket. So Union goes to the deficit, 30-28, Lee in the lead here at halftime on that last possession. You got to consider that a 4-point turnaround because Union had every opportunity and just threw the ball away with a case of miscommunication late in the half. Let's take a look at your scoring totals. For Lee, 10 points for Jace Willingham. He is your game leader. 9 for Makai McGuire, and he also has 5 rebounds. Over for Union, you got sort of a log jam with Gidgel leading with 8, 7 for Ty Parks, and 6 for J.C. Clossy, both of his 3-pointers. And that's where we stand with Union trailing 30-28 against Lee here at the end of the first half. Well, during halftime of all of our men's games, we're going to be chatting with Coach Dave Niven about a lot of the interesting things that maybe are things you're not really up to snuff on as far as the game is concerned. So let's visit with him on our halftime interview.
And here we are back at halftime through the magic of videotape. Dave has his team in the locker room right now, and we're going to visit with him about a few aspects of the game that hopefully will bring you some more insights into it. Dave, I want to talk about this when you go into the locker room at halftime, as you've got the players right now. When you go in there, how do you deal with what happened in the first half as far as what you communicate to them, and also how much during the game are you really studying about as far as if you need to make adjustments in the second half to what you were doing in the first half?
I think we try to make adjustments throughout the game if we feel like they're necessary. We will often I'd say most opponents, we have a game plan, and sometimes we don't make any variations, and particularly defensively, as to what our standard base defense is on we're going to guard ball screens a certain way, we're going to guard the post a certain way. And so we'll go into a game with just say, hey, this is our basic defense. Other games, there'll be changes that we'll make and say, hey, we're going to need to guard ball screens this way. And so, we're changing it for this game. And then there are many games where we'll go in, all right, that's plan A. Plan B is this. Sometimes we'll even go to plan C. If that doesn't work, this is plan C. And so it's not, it's not uncommon for us to, in the middle of a half to yell at, hey, plan B, or tell them in a timeout, hey, we're changing right now from this point forward. We're changing how we guard these screens. We're changing how we guard this guy in the post. So those things will take place throughout the game. At halftime, I meet with my staff probably more so than I meet with the players. I let those guys just be in there and talk amongst themselves. And for the most part, I think it's part of having a veteran team. By the time I get in there, they've covered, usually the same things that we were going to cover. And so, it's one of those things where, I put a lot of value into what my staff thinks. I'll put a lot of value into what my players think. So I'm always asking them what they think. Are there things that we need to change? Are there things that they're doing that are bothering you? Are there things we can do that you feel like are there that we can exploit? And so, I really value their input as well. They're out there on the floor. They're playing. They often see things I don't.
To us a bit, since you just brought that up, talk to us a bit about your assistant coaches. We haven't had a chance to really have you talk us through and give just an introduction on your part on that. Tell us about them and what they bring to the table when it comes to their contributions to the team.
Yeah, I think I value their input greatly. Easton has been with me for 5 years now. I think he is a phenomenal coach, going to be a great head coach. He's going to have a very, very successful career, and has done a tremendous job here. I have really tried to, give him as much responsibility as possible. I really valued that as an assistant coach, the opportunity to just have input and feel like what you were doing mattered. And certainly I think he feels that, as well, because, I've told him, hey, you're our defensive coordinator. And so there many days I will, make a practice plan and leave, 30, 45 minute segment for him to say, hey, you plan this section right here. This is yours to cover whatever you want to defensively today. And I think, I think at this point in the season, the strength of our team is our defense. So I give Easton a ton of credit for that. He's also a huge part and really the starting point for all that we do in recruiting. He finds guys and brings them to me to evaluate. And so, then he does a great job of building relationships with those guys in the recruiting process. And really, both he and Christian, my first year, GA, those guys do a great job in developing relationships with our current guys. Easton is young. Christian's even younger. Christian graduated from University of Alabama, last summer. And so, I am not young and not getting any younger. And,
come on now.
Definitely, I put a huge value on having, a youthful staff, because whatever they lack in experience, they make up for tenfold in, just being relational and being able to connect with our players. And that's something that, as a 49-year-old I have to work at. It comes much, much easier and more natural to them. But that's a huge part of our jobs, is to be able to connect with 18 to 22 year olds. And so I really put a lot of value and, you know, both those guys are gifted in that area. You know, our guys know that they're cared for and loved, by our staff. And so that's really important to me. And honestly, that's, you know, as good as they are at basketball and recruiting and all that kind of stuff, there's no more important part of their job than to connect with our players individually, and that our players know, man, this guy, yeah, this coach is going to make me better. He's going to make me a better player. He's going to help me shoot the ball better. I'm going to become a better defender because I played for him. That's important, but I don't think that compares to a player leaving here knowing, all right, my coach loves me. Like, they genuinely cared about me beyond the game of basketball. They genuinely cared about me and my life outside of what we could accomplish on the floor. I think that's who we are at Union as a university as a whole. I think that's Union University. I think our students in general feel that way. You know, from their biology professor, from their English teacher. I think they get that, and our faculty and staff do a great job of that. But that's certainly something I value with my staff. I really want our players to feel like they are genuinely cared about beyond the game of basketball, and I know those guys do a great job of that.
Well, as one who, before my retirement as a professor back in the spring of the year, I had the joy of teaching some of those guys that were on your team, and it was always a great joy to be able to do that. And Dave, I must say, before we wrap this up, you brought it up first, so just remember this. You brought it up first, is that I just went through some tape about, say, 2 weeks ago. And I looked, and there was a lot darker shade to the hair than there is now. Go back to about 1997, and I can tell you that it was a little different.
Yeah, no question. I've matured a great deal in my 30 years. It is much lighter, but you know what? I'm grateful it's still there.
Yeah, because some of us didn't survive very well.
there's a glare coming off the camera here.
It's called a corona.
Yeah,
that's what it is. But Dave, there's one more thing I wanted to talk to you about just very briefly, and that is this. I noticed this at the start of the season. There's a young man who is at your side and in the huddles almost across the board and has been for several years. And this year, it looked as though since the last time I saw him, and folks at home, who I'm speaking of is a young man that a lot of us referred to as Mini Niven, but is Dave's son. Dave, he looks like he shot up 6 to 8 inches since last time I saw him.
Yeah, no question. All my kids are growing up. But he's the oldest. He's a freshman in high school this year. And,
now you're making me feel old.
Yeah, I feel old, but it's a joy to have your son. He loves coaching, and he loves our program. He loves our team. And it's rare for a 15-year-old to know what he wants to do, but gosh, he's known. I think since he was probably 9, he's known that this is what he wanted to do. So I'm blessed to have a kid that wants to be around as much as he does. You know, he'll be at practice today. He's at every team meeting. He's at every practice. He watches film constantly. I promise you, he has watched every possession that Lee has played this season, and knows them as well as I do at this point. So but it's a blessing and a privilege, really, to be at a place like Union where I could do that, and where my family can be as involved in our program as they are. It's a real honor for me, and certainly something that I'm very, very grateful that I get the chance to do that and have my son around as much as I do.
Unquestionably, he adds a lot in. I've watched him for several years now. In particular, there's mannerisms that's like he's a coach on the bench right now. Dave, I wish you a lot of good luck in the second half. And so right now, let's go back to the floor for our halftime statistics and tonight's second half.
And your Bulldogs halftime report is brought to you by Worthy Road Studios, for the finest in sports and event television production. You only have one place to go, and that is Worthy Road Studios. And now let's show you just how the two teams stack up here at halftime, with Lee leading Union 30-28. They're almost dead even in field goals, 46 to 45%. It's just about a wash between the two of them. And three-pointers, neither team is really blistering it tonight. 33% for Union, which is well down from its 41%. Lee's a little bit better, but at 27%, let me take that back. They're about even with where they are for the season. 27%, they're 3 out of 11. Free throws, it's been a tough night for both teams, although neither team has been a great deal. Lee is 1 out of 3 for 33%. Union 1 out of 2 for 50%. So we've only seen 5 free throws shot in this game. Union the edge in rebounding, 17-15, and the edge when it comes to defensive rebounds, 14-12. Turnovers, Union's given it up 7 times. One of the keys for Lee is they have not coughed it up a great deal. 5 turnovers, and they have the edge in points off turnovers, 8-7 tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see if either team makes any adjustments or if they're going to continue to play the same style of offense. And here they are, these same young ladies that we saw earlier this evening. They would do anything in the world if you'd come by the concession stand and say hello, buy something from them. That they absolutely just, they want to make sure that you have enough to eat, that you're completely nourished, that your thirst is quenched. That's what they do when they're there in the concession stands. All right. Our alternate possession is going to be Union with the ball first here in the second half. There we go. We're seeing a few more of the folks here in Fred DeLay tonight. It's not an overwhelming crowd by any stretch of the imagination. As we mentioned, a lot of the students are studying for finals, but that's the student section, so they have trickled in more here, and you see a few of the Lady Bulldogs out of that group. They have trickled in more here in the first half of the men's game. At 5:30 start time, we just didn't have a lot of people in here except for, a lot of your diehard adult fans in the place. All right, let's see if the Bulldogs can pull one up to start. The three is in and out. So, not an auspicious start for the Bulldogs in the second half. And what Lee needs to do is just continue to play its game. It's not been, as we say, an overpowering game, but that left-hand bank shot just does not go through for Lowe. He had a nice turnaround, but just didn't have the geometry right off the glass. Vick thought about a double spin move. And they're staying behind the perimeter with 10 on the shot clock. It curled underneath, and the layup does not drop. And frustrating it was for Boykin that it didn't fall, but he'll go to the line for 2 and try to get this thing tied up. Only Ty Parks went to the free throw line in the first half, and he hit 1 out of 2. So this is a this is really a strange occurrence here in this game because we just haven't seen many Bulldogs go to the stripe. Boykin with 3 points in the first half. Got it. But he had a rough time of it, though. 1 out of 7 from the floor, and I know he wants to get that under control in the second half. And the senior puts it, That was a case of Gidgel just jumped too early and decided that he was going to get into the lane. And you don't see that called very often, but in the lane too quick. That's the kind of thing you used to see a lot of in high school basketball. And Lee goes to the corner. This is McGuire and back to Kennedy. Again, that 43% shooting percentage, they got to be happy with that considering this Bulldog defense is extremely tough. And the hook goes through. Softly released by Willingham, who has a dozen to lead the entire game. And Lee up to a 3-point lead. That ties its largest of the game. Union had a 4-point edge at one point. Again, the Bulldogs have not been able to penetrate very well in this contest, and the 3-point shooting has been a bit off the mark. And that one well short. But going for it and overshooting it. Well, Parks had a couple of opportunities and just could not make it drop. Excellent fake, and the foul is on Littlepage. Jeremiah's first foul of the game, and that is going to send Hendricks to the line for a couple. He didn't go to the free throw line in the first half. Only McGuire and Willingham did, and they were 1 out of 3. And we could be seeing only our second 2-possession lead in this whole contest. Hendricks with 3. And give him 4. And again, Union just seems to be a little bit out of sync. You know, the shooting percentage is not bad from the floor at 43%, but just seems to be a little bit out of sync, and they haven't been able to run off a big rally. Here's Vick. Lost it off his foot. And this is going to be a up. And they're going to say that it was an offensive foul. Hendricks commits his first. And you can see the bench and the officials going over there because they didn't like what they saw. And so the Lee bench was responding in kind, and the official says, sit down. So whether you like the call or you didn't, it's Union's opportunity to try to close this gap from 5 points. Well, Littlepage had it slapped away. And again, Union just seems tentative, particularly underneath. Big 3, short. Vick the rebound, but he doesn't have numbers. Suddenly there were 4 maroon jerseys on top of him. And again, Union has not been able to pick up a score except for from the free throw line here in this second half so far. And we're 3 minutes and 20 seconds into it. Fallaway is there with a one-hander by Parks. He's now Union's leader with 9. And coming out for probably a brief respite is Hendricks. I think he just maybe had the wind knocked out of him. He'll be back in there shortly. Checking in is P.J. Smith. And Kennedy to toss it in, and we'll see how Coach Smith plays it. And it's a rather low-scoring affair. particularly for a Union team that's averaging 82 and a Lee team 77 on the season. Trying to go all the way. Nicely done with that bank by Kennedy. He just floated it home over his defenders. And you got Simmons in there now. And he's in there to set screens heavily. And goes for the three. Yes, and the foul. This could be a 4-point play. Simmons just came into the game and just knifed that one home. And it is a media timeout. When we come back, we'll see how he does with the free throw. And Union has closed it to within 2.
Be an employee equipped for advancement. Be a role model to your kids, your coworkers, your friends. Be a dreamer, an example, a finisher. Be a success story and a college graduate with an associate or bachelor's degree for adult students from Union University. At Union University, be transformed.
Assistant coach Easton Pozzoli was giving the Bulldogs a piece of his mind here because he's seen too many instances in this first 4 minutes of the second half, and Easton really is the defensive coordinator of this ball club, that he just doesn't think they're capitalizing enough on what they do on defense. But Union is cut it now after a 5-point deficit, and that three-pointer by Simmons, who had just come into the game, and he launched a bomb, and he'll have an opportunity at a rare 4-point play. And let me tell you what, does that look like checkerboard square? Those pants that she has on. Maybe it came from a gift offer from Ralston Purina. Actually, my fault. It's a young man. I saw him from behind, and I didn't realize that it was. So forgive me, folks. All right, here comes Simmons at the line. McHale, the big graduate transfer from Murphy, Texas, gets it. That was big. A 4-point turnaround. Double teaming. And Union forces the turnover. That press worked in that instance. And the curl hook does not fall. And they're going to give it back to Lee. And let's see if Union stays with the press. It definitely worked the first time out. Well, they're going to bring 3 up. But then they're going to back off at midcourt. So not the same kind of play. And, oh, there's a kick, and let's see what goes. And 10-second violation. You can't keep kicking it around in the backcourt, and I think they probably were rattled a bit by Union's press on the previous play. So Union forces yet another turnover, and that is number 10 on Lee. The big thing, though, if you're Union, you got to capitalize on that and get a basket off of it. And try to take it home, and that was too low. That was Parks who tried to slink it in and just couldn't make it happen. No call. And then one after, we had one to dip to the floor, and the foul is going to be called on DeBuck. That is only the third team foul on the Bulldogs here in the second half. And Cowboy Curling back out there to get everything clean and spotless. Using a little bit of spick and span on the floor, maybe some Mr. Clean. And right into the hands of Simmons. He just waited on that one. And Hunter Vick, yes! High off the glass for the layup. And Union has taken the lead. 6-0 run for the Bulldogs. And that's coming just the last 2 minutes. And taking it all the way down the lane in the block. But the foul is called on Vic. Vic did not see that as a foul at all, but the official said he got some of his wrist. And you can see the editorial comments coming from the Union student section. So going to the line, it's going to be Quay Kennedy. Quay came in with a 10.2 per game average, and he's got 8 tonight. And checking back in again is Bowler. He's the 6'9" guy from Decatur, Alabama. He is a tall drink of water, trust me. Man, that one didn't even move the net. So seesaw game once again. Lee back to the lead at 38-37. Union, let's see if they picked up a bit of confidence from that three-pointer and then the free throw subsequently by Simmons. Gidgel thought about a three. Down to 9 on the shot clock. Vic's got to make a decision quickly. He played off his defender and off the back of the iron. And Gidgel slow getting back down the floor. That one is an air ball. And here we go with the buck flying. You got to believe that if this team rolls off a bit of a rally and just gets 4, 5, 7 points, and this could be one for Simmons. Physically, you weren't going to stop him there. And Union back to the lead at 39-38. And hobbling just a bit on that ankle is Gidgel. I think he's okay, but he's going to come over and let the trainer take a look at him. I'm sure that smarted when he tried to go up for that last shot. Watch for the curl hook. The bank was too hard. Willingham couldn't force that one home. So Union will play it underneath. Lots of time remaining in this one, though. Open. Yes! Now, there was no way that you were going to deny Parks for that one. He has 11, the first one in double figures for the Bulldogs, but he looked like somebody that was just floating in the air to get that layup. In Union now with a 3-point lead. Union's largest has been 4. It shows you how evenly matched these two teams are. Excellent drive and the foul. Almost got that basket in, did Willingham. And the foul is charged to Simmons. Willingham tonight, 12 points, 6 of 8 from the floor, and 2 rebounds. Nobody in the game is in any kind of foul trouble. You got a few people with 2, but nobody's hit that somewhat perilous point of 3 fouls. And getting set to check back in is McGuire for Lee. Got them both. He's just money in the bank at the free throw line. And has closed it back to within 1. He'll sit out for just a bit. And Bulldogs will slow it down once again. They haven't been pressed tonight as far as backcourt is concerned. And they tried to fly that one inside to Boykin, and no good. He was trying to get a quick one for a layup, and Boykin just could not. He couldn't follow the path. And Union is going to try press again. They're going to double team the ball, but nice job of navigating it. And finally, Lee gets it under control, but now they only have about 20 seconds to set the offense. Working the corner again. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Almost stripped away. And Vick got the block. That was outstanding man-to-man defense on the part of Union. Vick. That was the lightning quick hands of his defender that just absolutely got that one away. Quay Kennedy was perfect, and Simmons snatched that one away, so we've swapped turnovers. It is Hunter Vick. No. He had the range, but it was just about maybe 6 inches too far. And again, we've been stuck on 41-40 for about 2 minutes now. There's the big bomb. Yes! Hendricks with 7. That's his first three-pointer in 5 opportunities tonight. That got the bench up for Lee. Simmons. Great fake and a fall away, but he didn't get it up high enough. Lee slows the tempo once again as we're approaching the 11-minute mark remaining to be played, and wide open. Well, I didn't think there was a way in the world they would stop him, and they didn't want to waste a foul. So Bowler knocks one home. Tell you what, this Lee team has played tremendous defense tonight. They have really kept Union from getting inside the lane very often. Simmons needs help. And just willing that one home was Boykin. He's got 6. I know he's been frustrated with himself because that's only his second basket in 9 attempts tonight. And on the drive, it's Kennedy. Yes! He got the bobble. And it's back to a 4-point lead for Lee. Union had the momentum for about 3 minutes, and it seems as though it's going back in the direction of the Flames. Bulldogs only 31% from behind the arc tonight. That's been a real crucial factor. They got to 8. And the 3. Yes! Boykin with 9. Now he's beginning to feel the range. You can see, giving a little fist pump. Let's see how Coach Smith plays it, leading by 1. This is one that you get the sense might go down to the final possession. Big 3. No, back of the iron. Parks with the rebound, and the Bulldogs again slow the tempo. This has not been a transition game tonight, and Union calls timeout. I think they are worn out because they haven't been able to get the media timeout. The game hasn't stopped. So 9:14 left. It is Lee still by 1, and let's see what is on the menu for a message for you.
Be creative, innovative, passionate. Be excellent, inspiring, driven. Be faithful, disciplined, prepared. At Union University, you will thrive in a Christ-centered community and be equipped for success in your life and career. Begin your journey today. At Union University, be transformed.
These guys have to be extraordinarily tired because there have been so few fouls called in the game. We've got 9:14 remaining, and only 19 fouls have been called, and that is a small number, trust me. And because of that, these guys have just been flying up and down the floor, and they got to be spent just about. But it's going to be, I think it's going to be a big case also as to who winds up at the end of this one with stamina. You just got to think that as long as they have been on the floor. Devin has played 9 players, and Bubba Smith has played 8 players for Lee. You know, who's got the depth and who can go and skate it all the way down to the end. That's going to be stamina, a huge part of this one. And Lee has controlled the lead, even though it has not been larger than 5. Lee has controlled the lead for most of this second half. And the key thing, if you're in a conference like the Gulf South, a huge key, you got to win your home games. And then if you can split when you're on the road, then you could well be on your way to a conference title or at least a very high seed when we get to March for the conference tournament. All right, let's see how the Bulldogs play it. Dangerous pass. And the floater is not there. Again, and the foul. And I can tell you, DeBuck did not think much of that call. That is his second foul, and for Union, it is the fourth team foul of the half. And so we have another media timeout, and it's still 47-46, Lee on top. And now, here's a message for you.
If you're a Christian college or are starting the college search process, I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
I want to remind you, certainly, unquestionably, Tuesday night, the Union University Music Department, their presentation of Messiah was just unmatched, and they will next Tuesday night do their annual Christmas gift to the community of carols and some secular Christmas music, and I hope that you'll come out to the chapel at Union University, and it'll be at 7:30 for the beginning of that concert, and it's always a highlight for the community in the Christmas season. Right now, Union trailing 47-46 with just over 9 minutes remaining in this contest. Lady Bulldogs, in case you did not get to be with us earlier, Lady Bulldogs held off a rally that Lee had to cut a 20-point lead down to 5, and Union gutted it out. And the Lady Bulldogs knocked off the Lady Flames for the first time this season that Lee has lost. Union winning it 79-69 to get the conference season off to a successful start. Union tried the press, and that forced them to use 9 seconds of time to try to get it across midcourt. And almost dangerously close to being a backcourt violation. Fall away. It's there for the 3, and Page comes in, and Jalen Page gets his first 3 points of the game. That was big for the Flames. And they go underneath. He's got position and slapped away hard by Lowe. Excellent defense. Perfectly timed by Josh Lowe, the big 6'8" guy from New Zealand. Bulldogs, again, it's been usually between 2, 3, and 4 points down and almost stolen. And he went out of bounds. Union will have 8 remaining on the shot clock. The best thing that we have seen is that Lee has prevented Union from penetrating the inside frequently tonight. They've had their points in the paint, but they just haven't been able to penetrate very well. Fall away, no, well short. Gidgel just could not make that one drop. He's 4 out of 9 tonight. Another fall away is short. He just had no authority on that shot whatsoever. Boykin trying to get this team settled down. Tyree looking for anybody that he can get open at this point, and everybody is covered. They get it into Little Page, but now there's only 7 on the shot clock. Little Page, yes! Little stutter step, and Jeremiah with his first basket of the game. 2-point lead. I know Mom was glad to see that down in Birmingham. Here we go. It's McGuire with a big bomb. No. Now, Union needs to look on that as the equivalent of a turnover. And at low center of gravity for And Jeremiah is all hemmed up, and nobody was coming to help out. They're going to have to hurry now, down to 7 on the clock. Boykin may have to take this one himself. Does. No. He just had to do a desperation there, and Union could not capitalize off that miss at the opposite end of the floor. And we're getting close to the 6-minute mark, and this is just one of those eerie games we've had all through the years at Fred DeLay, where you keep letting the visitors hang in there with these 2, 3, and 4-point leads, and it's hard to make that comeback. The 3 rolls off. Bulldogs again. This has been almost what you would call a grueling game because neither team is scoring at the pace that they are typically accustomed to. And in between the defenders, the foul. That's only the 4th team foul on Lee. And we have yet another media break. And so we're going to break in with something that we hope you find enlightening.
Be an employee equipped for advancement. Be a role model to your kids, your coworkers, your friends. Be a dreamer, an example, a finisher. Be a success story and a college graduate with an associate or bachelor's degree for adult students from Union University. At Union University, be transformed.
You got a little Sweet Caroline here. Not with the live pep band, but you got it with the DVD that is the MP4 that always brings it out. And before it gets to the chorus, they leave. No, I don't get that. I wish they'd stayed out there for another chorus. Nonetheless, I would say in the current era, one of the 5 most popular pep songs at athletic events is Sweet Caroline. Yeah, it just is one of those that you can't get it out of your head once you do it, and you want to sing along with it even if you can't carry a tune. All right, under 6 minutes to go. Neither team has had a flurry in which one could pull away from the other one. But it is expending a lot of energy for Union to have these opportunities and not capitalize to get the lead. And this defense has just been tenacious tonight on the part of Lee. The big bomb, no, but high for the rebound. Let's see what he does. Slides it in. Parks with 13. We are tied at 50. And again, as we say, stamina could be a big part of it down the stretch because some of these guys have got to be just absolutely worn out. That was a double. And they say his foot was on the line, so Vic, it was a great block and attempted a save by Vic. And there's a discussion going on. Okay, they were discussing whether or not he was actually on the line. Let me tell you, Cowboy Curling makes this happen. He is going to, I think, probably get his own exercise show with this mop. I think we need to create one for him. You can see him be the new Jack LaLanne. Fall away 3. In and out. Oh, the lid was just on top of that one. The Union will play it. And Bulldogs with another opportunity, and Coach Smith imploring his team to come down and play the kind of defense that it has all game long. This lead defense is going to give people in the Gulf South Conference fits this year. Union trying for the lead. On the inside, and that one was just a dangerous pass. Down to 10 on the shot clock. Simmons back in. Vic trying to get an opening, and they just won't give him one. Fall away. No, way off the mark. 30-second clock violation. Dave Niven setting, you can see with the fist, he's setting the defense. And let's see if Union attempts to press. And it looks as though they are, at least here in the early portion of it. Now they back off. 4.5 remaining. This has been a grueling game. These two teams that played each other many, many times in the NAIA years as part of the Trans-South Conference. Big opening for the three, and it's off to the right. McGuire had the look, and it was just spun right. As we get to the 4-minute mark. Let's see if Simmons tries to give and go. The floater was blocked. Excellent block. Perfectly timed. Bowler with a terrific job on defense. And that one's going to be stolen. Here we go. Union with 3-on-1. And it's there! This place erupting as that got Parks high into the air, and timeout is called. And it was a smart timeout because that could really change the momentum of this game. 52-50, Union on top. 3:41 remaining. Back in 30 seconds.
Be creative, innovative, passionate. Be excellent, inspiring, driven. Be faithful, disciplined, prepared. At Union University, you will thrive in a Christ-centered community and be equipped for success in your life and career. Begin your journey today. At Union University, be transformed.
What a play that was for Ty Parks. He's got 15 to lead Union. He's the only one in double figures, but he must have been about 3 feet above the rim to pick that one up and slam it home. And what a play that was. That was a Sports Center highlight. 3:41 remaining. Union regaining the lead 52-50. It is a 5-0 run for the Bulldogs, but that has meant absolutely nothing in this game. It has just been back into, and nobody has had a lead of larger than 5 in this contest. It has been definitely a defensive contest, and that frankly plays into the hand of Dave Niven because he is a great defensive coach. But I got to tell you, he's had his match tonight with Bubba Smith. And there's one of the Lady Bulldogs who I can't believe she's leaving here with 3:41 to go, and it's a 2-point game. Well, I got to think that she probably has some kind of exam or something that she's got to study for, or at least getting a head start on finals. All right, Bulldogs are going to press once again. Lee having a hard time getting it across, and finally they do. And let's see, you don't have to go for a 3, just try to tie it. That's the key thing. Bowler hemmed up. Inside, that was a crisp pass and nicely navigated home. Beautiful job by Willingham. He has 16. He's your game leader. Tied at 52 as we approach the 3-minute mark. Simmons, who's had a terrific night tonight. Not a lot of scoring, but a collision, and that is the 4th team foul. And here comes Mr. Curling back out here, and he's as fast as some of these players the way he gets out here on this. I do think that we do need to get him his own show, his exercise show, and he uses that as a prop. And he goes back to the opposite end. See, he got the exercise to go from one end of the floor to the other. And look at the camera time he's getting. All right, back to action. 3 minutes even remaining. Bulldogs with 11 on the shot clock. And again, staying behind the perimeter. They got to hurry. Driving it home, and it was forced up against the iron. Give it back to Union. Tipped out by Lee. The buzzer went off, but the ball did hit the iron. That's the thing that has to happen in a 30-second possession. You've got to hit the iron with it. Otherwise, it is not. If you don't, it's a 30-second violation. In this case, it was tipped out of bounds late, and so Union with it, and a new 20. Oh, my goodness. Now, that's not a backcourt violation if it comes in to open the play from out of bounds. But Union with not a lot of time to try to navigate a basket. And here you go. Parks had it tipped, and the rebound commandeered by Lowe. So Union fritters away an opportunity as we approach 2 minutes remaining. Don't go to the refrigerator, folks. You'll be sorry you did. The jumper is again in and out. Iron unkind for Willingham. Boykin, who's been a great floor leader tonight. Under 2 minutes. Niven directing the traffic. Inside to Simmons, and he's fouled by Lowe. That is only the 5th team foul. You have to have 7 before you get in the bonus. For Lowe, that is only his 2nd foul. Now they just added the other one, so that's 3 on Lowe. Lowe and Kennedy with 3. Simmons. Boykin, big 3. Yes! Boykin with 12, and they're off the bench. Getting close to the 90-second mark. Union by 3. Let's see if they go for the answer shot. And on the drive, the foul is charged to Hunter Vick. That is only the 6th team foul on Union. So it is not in the process of shooting. They'll be out of bounds. Now, every foul thereafter, Lee will be in the 1-and-1 bonus. Simmons gets a nice hand from the locals because of his defensive presence, and he's also added 6 points in the game, including a big 4-point play. Fall away jumper 3. Yes! Not a question in the world that was going. He was just left alone, and Hendricks with 10. He was only 1 out of 6 until that point. We're going to keep it right here with 79 seconds remaining. This is just the kind of game it has been. As I mentioned, nobody has had a lead of larger than 5, and it seems as though at any point somebody hits a basket down at one end, there's an answer shot at the other one. Let's look at the totals. Union 43% from the floor, Lee 41. 3-pointers. Lee only 6 of 22 for 27%, but that was a big one that they just had. Union 6 of 17 for 35%. That's matching. No, it's actually about 6 percentage points down from what they usually do. Free throws. And there's our camera crew, including one of these guys who's giving us some kind of charades here. 7 out of 9 for Lee, 78%. And for Union, 3 out of 5 for 60%. Almost dead even in rebounds. Lee with the edge, 32-31. And here we are. Hello, everybody. So let's see how Dave Niven plays this one off the timeout. Timeouts remaining. Lee with 1, Union with 2. Every possession so precious at this stage of the game. With just over a minute remaining. Vick thought he had an opening. Instead, dishes off. And the foul. That's the last one they have to waste. So Union will have a new 20. That is each team with 16 fouls, and so the next one will send both of them into the bonus. It'll be Boykin to throw it in with 61 seconds remaining. Every potential screen is so important. The drive and the foul. I got to tell you, Gidgel has hit that deck probably a half a dozen times tonight, but this is where he's got to deliver from the free throw line. And I'm going to check his totals very, very quickly here and see what we got. All right, looking at it. Gidgel on the season, 60%. 9 out of 15 make it 10 out of 16 for the season. That was big. Here we go again. We will watch it with you. 53.6 ticks remain. Gidgel calmly nails them both. 57-55. Union back to the lead and back to the half-court trap. And our score on the scoreboard is incorrect that you see down at the bottom of your screen. It's 57-55, Union by 2. Driving down, great fake, great layup. Excellent job. Lowe makes it a tie game once again, and Union is going to call time, and we'll keep it right here with 30 seconds remaining, tied at 57. We know you saw it say 50-50, and apparently there's a problem with our computer scoreboard, and so we are going to keep it with you right here. 30.2 seconds remaining, 25 seconds remaining on the shot clock. So Union can narrow this thing down and probably shoot it unless they get an early opening. They can narrow this thing down to about 6 to 7 seconds remaining. And you see the fouls. Every foul will put Union on the line for the 1-and-1. Union will do the same thing if they commit a foul with Lee going to the bonus. Tonight's outstanding player overall has been Willingham for Lee. 8 out of 10 from the floor. 18 points in the game. 3 rebounds. And he's just been one of these, and they've been a quiet 18 because they've been scattered out for Union. Terrific job for Ty Parks. 15 points. He's 7 of 12 from the floor. So we'll keep you apprised of the time and where we are on this. 57 all. Half a minute remaining. And Niven giving the last-minute instructions to the Bulldogs. And it'll be interesting to see who they go to. And it could be anybody. You know, usually there's one go-to player. Now, Parks has had a lot of success going on the inside, but not a lot of other people have tonight. Boykin could hit from outside. He's 3 for 7 from behind the arc. J.C. Clossy in the game. He's had a couple of threes himself. And here we go. 22 on the shot clock. And he's going to play it down as long as he can. It's a stare down. 12 on the shot clock, and here he goes. He shaved as much time as he could, and there's a little Page who doesn't need to be that far back outside. Fall away jumper. No, it's short. They get it back up and in. 5 seconds remain. What a break for Boykin on that offensive rebound. 5.4 seconds remain. Bulldogs on top, 59-57. At the time it was needed most, Boykin hit that follow-up shot with the offensive board. And going to the line to try to make it a 3-point. Now, here you go. It's Gidgel. No, it's Parks on the line. This is big right here for Ty. We got the scoreboard back. Ty gets it. 60-57. Parks with 18 in the game. And that is absolutely the way the book was written for a dramatic comeback, but you got to hang on, everybody. There's still 5.4 seconds remaining, and this Lee team is very capable of navigating it all the way down the court and getting a 3. And they have to really work for a 3. You can't go for a 2 in this case because there's just almost no way you're going to be able to get a steal and get it back in. But the biggest thing is who they get it into. Tonight, as far as 3-pointers are concerned, you got 3 guys that have hit a couple of them. Kennedy, Willingham, Hendricks. But one of the 3 of them would be the most likely guy to be able to take the bomb. And it'll be interesting to see, and you see Delaney Susain sitting here in the middle of the stands, just aside from Marjorie Richard. And here we go. And Union is going to employ a bit of a press. They've got 3 players up front. They've got 2 back. So Kennedy will toss it in. It's all or nothing now for Lee. And here they go. And timeout is called with 3.3 seconds remaining. And a lot of people might ask, would Dave Niven try to foul on this one? It's a gamble, but if you fouled on this one, it would be something you would have to do almost immediately, because you got to know by the time this thing gets down to 1 second, they're going to be going for the finale here. Ty Parks with 18 points, 8 for 13 from the floor, 10 rebounds. And he and Willingham have just about matched cards, except Parks has been over the board so much more tonight. Here we go. We told you it was going to be an exciting night tonight, and it has been. This men's game has been about as good as it gets to open a conference season. And I'm delighted that you have been with us. And now let's see what happens in the final 3.3 seconds as we've got the last chapter of the drama right here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Union up 60-57. They've got to go for the big one. And if they do, we'll sit here for 5 more minutes. Neither team with a timeout remaining. So here we go. You really do. You have to figure it's either going to be Kennedy, Willingham, or Hendricks. Possibly McGuire. He has hit one if he was open. So here they go. To toss it in is McGuire. But somebody's going to have to break and try to get it right from behind the key. 3.3 seconds remaining. Hold your breath. They may go! My, that would have counted. I'm not sure that's the way the play was drawn up. It went to Willingham across court, and he dished off. And that 3 was in and out. Heartbreak time for Lee, and take your breath time for Union. The Bulldogs win it 60-57 to remain undefeated at 7-0. But this Lee team, I must tell you, they are going to be trouble for people in this Gulf South Conference race. That defense was as good as we've seen by anybody this season. And it just kept Union from getting a kind of a flurry to pull away. Nobody had a lead in this game of larger than 5 points. That's the way it is. Well, let me run down your scoring for you and our final stats, and then we'll wrap it up and take it home for everybody. For Lee, they shot 22 of 53 from the floor, 41.5%. And three-pointers, it was 6 out of 23 for 26%. That was a big problem for Lee tonight, is that the three-pointers did not drop with rapidity. This is a team that does not shoot terribly well from behind the arc, and I'm looking at my totals here, 29% for the season, but particularly down the stretch, they could not get a big one. 7 of 9 from the free throw line. Free throws were not that crucial in this game primarily, except for the one that with a three-point play down at the end by Ty Parks, because of the fact that in this situation, if Ty had missed that free throw, they could have played for a 2 rather than a 3. And in rebounds, Union with the edge, 33-32 in the game, and it was, both these teams were crashing the glass with proficiency tonight. And when it comes to turnovers, Union gave it up 12 times, Lee 14, and points off turnovers, Union 13 and Lee 10, and the 60-57 finish. That 3-point edge and points off turnovers could have been the big factor where that was concerned. Now let's go down the scoring. For Lee, it was Jace Willingham with 18, 8 out of 10 from the floor. You cannot fault him for his outstanding effort tonight. He was terrific. If Lee had won the game, he would have been our choice for player of the game. And then 11 points for Quay Kennedy. He was 4 out of 12 from the floor. He picked up 6 rebounds to lead the Flames. And then over down the ledger, it was Hendricks with 10, Beyond Hendricks with 10. And he also picked up 3 rebounds. McGuire was 3 out of 7 from the floor. He had 9 and had a couple of three-pointers himself. For Union, with that thriller finish, and the last 5.4 seconds hitting that basket and the free throw, it was Ty Parks, 8 out of 13 from the floor, 18 points. And he added 10 rebounds, so he had a big double-double tonight. Just, you cannot say enough about what this guy did down the stretch. And then for double figures also, it was Tyree Boykin with 12, and he picked up 4 rebounds and a couple of assists during the game. He was a terrific floor leader all the way across. 10 points for Bo Gidgel. He was 4 out of 9 from the floor. He had a rough time of it, though, at different pockets of the game, trying to navigate shots that ordinarily probably would drop for him, but the defense was just outstanding on the part of Lee. And keep telling yourself that, because that is a team that is going to have some real nightmares in store for some other people throughout the rest of this season. And I can't let this go without talking about Mikhail Simmons, who came in and hit 2 big three-pointers, but one of them that was huge, that was a 4-point play in the game that brought Union back from a deficit and gave Union an opportunity to tie the game. It was just terrific, and he played excellent defense in the course of this game. And we'll be talking about that on Saturday with Dave Niven and the game against Shorter. But our player of the game tonight, there's not much doubt about it, because he came up with the big one at the end, and he also had some terrific ones all through the game. Ty Parks, 8 of 13 from the floor, 2 of 3 from the free throw line, 10 rebounds, 18 points, and he is indeed our player of the game. And so Union still undefeated, 7-0 on the season. So let me run down what is going to happen Saturday. Shorter comes in here from Rome, Georgia, and Shorter has been known in both women's and men's basketball to give Union all kinds of fits on the Fred DeLay gym floor, and I have no doubt that's going to be the case this coming Saturday. The tip-off time is 2 o'clock for the women's game, 4 o'clock for the men. We will be hitting the air live on uuathletics.com on the Union Digital Network at 1:45 on Saturday afternoon. Now, both this doubleheader and the one Saturday with Shorter, they will be airing. Channel 6 in Jackson on JEA is carrying the TSSAA High School Football Championships all weekend long. So Sunday, starting at 12 noon, the Union Lee doubleheader, as well as the Union Shorter doubleheader, will be just an all-day marathon of Union basketball starting at 12 noon. So grab yourself a bite after church and then head on in and watch all of these, because it'll be a lot of fun. Lady Bulldogs tonight, it was a tough one, and they handed Lee its first loss of the season, 79-69. Got a 20-point lead in the first half. Lee eventually late closed it down to 5. But the Lady Bulldogs were tenacious on defense toward the end and won it 79-69. And so the Lady Bulldogs are now 5-2 on the season. And boy, have they played some monster competitions. Bulldogs won it 60-57 in a big thriller. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed it bringing it to you tonight. And so as we wrap things up here, your executive producer of Worthy Road Studios is Paul Schultze, who is also our ever-cool, ever-present director. And our camera operators tonight, Billy Bolin, Andrew Burris, and Christopher Reasons. I'm Steve Beverly saying until we're with you Saturday, so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee.